health protocols as well as evacuation protocols of the centre. Kindly make use of our hand sanitizer stations located within the venue as well as the communal area as frequently as possible. Should you fall ill or require medical attention, kindly report to the reception area whereby a first aid facility as well as competent medics will be made available to you. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm. Take only belongings that you can carry. Walk in an orderly manner. Do not run. Responders will lead you to the emergency exit, then to the assembly point. Restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signage. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Please select free CSIR ICC on your device. No password is required. For assistance, please call on any of our staff members who will contact a technician to provide support. Thank you and enjoy your session.
Thank you. The conference centre is extremely efficient in taking us through the safety moment. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you back on the second day. It's always the harder day for most. I'm not going to talk much. I'd like to introduce Tommy and Diego, both who are going to give a keynote. I just want to check the people that are in the first session. Please make sure that you sit closer to the front so that we are done with both keynote addresses, that you can just come and join me here in front, because I don't like sitting alone. Right, without any further ado, maybe just one or two things again. Remember your cell phone to please be on silent, okay? It just helps. And then the second request for those that are coming in, please come and sit towards the front, okay? We'd like to, look you in the eye and not need binoculars to look at you when you're up there, okay? It just makes it a lot easier to engage. So everybody that's coming in, please come and join us closer to the front or towards the middle so that you have space for other people that join us later. Okay, I'd like to introduce Tommy Claassen. Tommy and I always joke that we are partners in crime, but it's not the crime part, okay? We've been working together for many years, even when I was still in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And I'd like Tommy to introduce and welcome you for the second day, and then we'll hand over to Diego. Tommy, over to you.
I'm sure you can do better than that, I thought, since you clapped hands for the guy who was doing the safety announcement, I was like, oh, my hand clap is going to be the biggest one. So good morning. So good morning to you all. And just for, I tend to more often when I'm asked to speak, tend to talk out of the heart. And this morning I decided, let me write everything that I have in my heart prepared for you down so that I don't waste time, because Barrett was telling me exactly 10 minutes, 1 minute more, I chase you out of the podium. So that let me keep him to be a decent gentleman. Let me read what I had written down. But let me start by giving a special greeting to our international delegate, our esteemed guests from the global community institutions, UNIDO, GIZ, SECO, our national departments, provinces, and their agencies that have been journeying with us towards creating a sustainable industrial spaces complex. And a warm greeting to you all, ladies and gentlemen. This special conference assembly is a culmination of a long man-hours, need I say, and toils of efforts by all partners who saw it fit to join hands and implement the spirit of true collaboration in action. The work and lessons and practices that have been learned will be presented during this time together here at this conference, and these will bear testimony to the dedication of partnerships for a successful repositioning and transformation of South Africa's industrial spaces. The DTIC is mandated to champion industrial policy development, implementation, and oversight on the overall strategic direction of the country, jointly with all the economic cluster departments and, of course, social partners. Considering the ESG imperatives, especially on industrial practices, it therefore becomes important for all parties to work together to bring better livelihoods and welfare to all the citizenry of South Africa and those of foreign investment and its community. Thus, our shared strategic implementation partnership, particularly with NCPC, who are the hosting agents and, of course, the implementing agents for our global eco-industrial program, it is pivotal in driving the development of best practice across the suite of technical services and solutions that are required for resilient and sustainable outcomes for industrialization. Among the top 10 disruptive phenomena that have occurred in the last 50 years are the following: the climate change and environmental concerns. Secondly, rapid urbanization, especially with regards to people moving towards cities and metros. And thirdly, digital revolution and internet, amongst the others. Would remember that energy and power system have also proved to be one of the latest main disruptors of our economic landscapes. All these occurrences and equally others are likely to plague us into a very precarious environment when it comes to balance that needs to be maintained across these competing social, economic, industrial, and political priorities. Centrally, thus, to this conference is to highlight our need to recognize the implications of our policies and practices that we are to employ as global citizens, and to discharge our duties for reducing poverty, supporting sustainable jobs, and to invest wisely and develop resilient resource management strategies for all of our communities. With imposing dire needs to make better choices across the spectrum of decisions that we have to make as consumers, especially on digital products, energy, water systems, and often many other logisticals networks. Part of our call is to have a critical influence on an industrial ecosystem, and we must lead this as think tank practitioners. Our program of revitalizing both the green and brownfields spaces for industrial activity in the country is seized with supporting the broad community partners towards decarbonization and net zero targets. This is our context, and it affects the most populous areas of our communities, in particularly the townships and the less developed and yet very important rural communities. And unless properly managed and planned for and efficiently mapped, these communities stand to pose serious challenges to our growth and prospects and resource security strategies. As indicated through many just transition advocacy narratives, in all likelihood, a significant negative shift in the nature of jobs created and opportunities developed will occur. Though even better, projections of a positive signs indicate a more innovative oriented economy into the future. And we have to be intentional about these aspirations towards attainment of that industrial balance. Speaking jointly for our collaborative partnership, we are proud to have reached the milestone of working tirelessly with all industrial clusters in big business, the academia, labor, communities, and skills formation, all in pursuit of a sustainable industrialization agenda that is environmentally sensitive. Thus, our commitment to a continuous uplifting dialogue remain and I wish you all a fruitful and a productive deliberation in the conferences and its sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. I didn't even have to keep time. I think you need to write your speeches more often. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, next I'd like to introduce you to Diego Macera, those of you who have not met him yet, from UNIDO. Again, obviously UNIDO is one of our greatest partners in the country on this work. Diego, over to you.
Thank you, Bernd. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, and friends. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to the Sustainable Industries Conference, where we are gathered today to focus on the pivotal international session dedicated to eco-industrial parks. My name is Diego Macera, and I have the privilege to representing the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, as the regional representative for Southern Africa. Today's event is not only a reflection of the progress we have made, but also a call to action as we collectively strive to build more sustainable, resource-efficient, and resilient industrial ecosystems. This event is significant, not only because of the distinguished group of professionals, policymakers, and experts in attendance, but because of the relevance of the work we are doing together. Sustainable industries and eco-industrial parks are no longer just ambitious goals. They are a critical necessity in the face of mounting environmental, social, and economic challenges. Today, we explore how innovation, collaboration, and dedication to sustainability can transform industries and societies for the better. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the international and local participants who have joined us in this occasion. On behalf of UNIDO, I am proud to acknowledge the presence of representatives from 6 global eco-industrial park programs, countries such as Colombia, Egypt, Indonesia, Peru, South Africa, and Vietnam. These countries have brought together government agencies, industrial park leaders, and key organizations to share their experiences, challenges, and success in implementing eco-industrial parks. The transition of traditional industrial spaces into eco-industrial parks is a flagship initiative of UNIDO. At the heart of this initiative is the GEIEPP, the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, which represents a core component of our work towards sustainable industrial development. This journey has only been possible thanks to the unwavering and long-standing support of the Swiss government, particularly the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, SECO, whose partnership has been instrumental in the success of the program. In addition to our international partners, I would like to recognize the vital role played by our long-standing collaborators, the World Bank and GIZ. Your support and commitment to promoting eco-industrial parks worldwide have been invaluable in advancing our shared goals. But most importantly, I must express my deep appreciation to our local partners in South Africa, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the DTIC, the National Cleaner Production Center, NCPC, and the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. Without your dedication and hard work, this event and the progress we made in the region would not have been possible. Our journey towards creating sustainable industrial ecosystems has been marked by continuous innovation, close collaboration, and tireless dedication. We are building industrial environments that are not only more resource efficient, but also resilient, competitive, and beneficial to the communities that surround them. As Tammy just mentioned earlier, the progress made here in South Africa is already evident. Eco-industrial parks are creating positive ripple effects, fostering collaboration between businesses, improving environmental outcomes, boosting local economies, and enhancing the well-being of the communities. These impacts reinforce the importance of the work we do. UNIDO remains steadfast in its commitment to assist member states in transforming their industrial parks into eco-industrial hubs. The Global Eco-Industrial Parks Programme presents a unique and valuable opportunity. By embedding sustainability principles into industrial development, we can create industrial parks that are more resource efficient, cost-effective, and competitive. These parks are more attractive to investors and better equipped to mitigate risks, ensuring a future where industries can thrive without compromising the environmental or social equity. This is a journey that will continue, and we are excited to take the next steps together. As we reflect on the progress made so far, I am proud to highlight the remarkable achievements across the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Programme's countries. These countries have worked diligently on policy development, creating a foundation that will enable the replication and scaling up of eco-industrial parks. However, we must acknowledge that the task ahead is enormous. Transforming conventional industrial parks into fully integrated eco-industrial hubs require collective efforts and sustained commitments. Here in South Africa, we are honored to be entrusted with the implementation of the second phase of the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Programme. This new phase not only continues the critical work that we began, but expands our scope to ensure that industrial parks and the companies within them continue to enhance resource efficiency, competitiveness, and sustainability. The global program, Phase 2, will focus on strengthening the capabilities of industrial parks to adopt eco-industrial park approaches, improve sustainability performance, and ultimately become role models for the regions around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate the success achieved so far, we must not lose sight of the challenges ahead. The eco-industrial parks projects we have implemented thus so far serve as a powerful testament to what is possible when innovation and collective action come together. They demonstrate that a sustainable future is not a distant dream, but a tangible reality within our grasp. However, we know that much more work is required before we can fully harvest the resource efficiency, environmental, and social benefits of introducing the eco-industrial parks. One of the critical challenges we will face moving forward is linking financing mechanisms to support the transition to eco-industrial parks. We will need to ensure that stakeholders across the value chain, from industries and local communities, are reaping the benefits of increased competitiveness and sustainability. From UNIDO's side, we are fully committed to tackling those challenges head-on, but we cannot do it alone. We will need the continued partnerships of government, industries, financial institutions, and the international community. It is only through the collaboration that we can ensure the lessons, best practices, and innovation generated by this program are carried into the regions, into other regions and industries. As we gather here today, I encourage all of you to take full advantage of this event, not just as a forum for learning, but as an opportunity to network, share knowledge, and forge new partnerships. The relationship we form during this conference will be invaluable as we move forward. Let us use this platform to exchange ideas, share best practices, and build the connections that will drive the next phase of sustainable industrial development. The lessons we learn from each other today will help shape the future of eco-industrial parks and sustainable industries across the globe. In closing, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you. Your dedication, passion, and commitment are what makes conference like this not only possible, but impactful. Together, we are laying the foundations of a sustainable industrial future, one that benefits not only our economies, but also the planet and the communities that depend on it. Thank you once again for your hard work and for making this conference a success. I look forward for the rich discussions and insights that will emerge from today's event. Let us continue to work together, share our knowledge, and build the future we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm remiss. I did not say who I am. I think most of you know who I am. And I'm not the local coffee maker, although I like coffee. My name is Bernd Ullermann, or Bernd Ullermann, if you want to pronounce it in German. I'm from the NCPC, and I am your program director for the day. I do a lot of work with Tommy and UNIDO and GIZ, and most of you are in the room, so if you haven't come and spoken to me yet, you're most welcome. I like making connections with people and working together, because it's a team effort. As Diego pointed out, and both Tommy and Diego as well, both said that this is all about collaboration. And one of the things that Diego specifically highlighted was green finance. So Christoph, if you can come forward so long, as well as the speakers for this session, so that will be Klaus and Christian, Miriam, Nadine, and I think that's it. So while I'm talking, if you can just get mic'd up. But yes, so financing is absolutely critical. And I think one of the key partners we have in addressing this is, of course, IFC and World Bank. Christoph is going to talk to you a bit about that. I think this is a really crucial aspect that we have identified, especially for phase 2 of the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program. And of course, you know, there's a whole range of players in South Africa as well that we want to bring on board to actually make this a collective effort to finance, capitalize, and resource the work that needs to be done in this space. Okay, so Christoph, if you can come forward, you can just take over the podium from me. The rest of you, once you're mic'd up, please take a seat, and then we'll continue. Okay. So do you know how this works? Can I show you? Yeah. So that moves forward. Okay. That moves back. And there's your pointer. All right. Perfect. Thank you. It doesn't need a PhD.
Okay. Good morning. Ben, thank you for the introduction. As Ben's pointed out, we as IFC World Bank Group have a critical role to play in catalyzing investment in multiple sectors. Also, obviously eco-industrial parks are a way to impact the reach quite a bit more, right? So for us, eco-industrial parks are really interesting because kind of they spawn a lot of what we're trying to do in terms of catalyzing development of value chains, catalyzing production both in agri-processing, manufacturing, all of those things. Let me perhaps just introduce IFC World Bank for those who perhaps haven't come across it or aren't that familiar with it. So first of all, my name is Christoph Koch. I lead our project development and advisory business in manufacturing and consumer services in Southern Africa. Right? So IFC, beyond just investing, we have quite a lot of quite a lot of resources that we dedicate to helping clients, helping governments in terms of developing projects. Obviously, we do a lot of this with the aim of catalyzing finance, by us, by other DFIs, and by commercial funders and private investors. IFC is part of World Bank Group, right? World Bank is typically synonymous with what internally is IBRD and IDA, so kind of the two units that lend to middle and low income countries. Then IFC is focused on the private sector, right? So our mandate is really to finance, to invest in the private sector and to crowd in financing in the private sector. Then we have two other parts or sister organizations of the World Bank Group which aren't as well known. That's MIGA, which is the Multilateral Investment and Guarantee Agency. So they provide political risk cover, which could be interesting for specific contexts. And then we have the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. So just a couple of quick facts on IFC. We've been around for quite a while. We have a footprint in over 100 countries in the world. In Africa, we have offices in 40 countries. So we try actually be on the ground and help see what the context is like and really catalyze the investments, not sitting somewhere in DC, but really kind of being on the ground and speaking to the stakeholders directly. Just some facts in terms of our investments in the last financial year. Globally, IFC invested over $50 billion. 22 of that was mobilized. In Africa, we invested over 14 billion, so about 25% of our program is in Africa, and those investments were across 45 countries in Africa. So, we invest in all the African economies, particular focus on fragile and conflict-affected countries as well. I mean, it's difficult to do business there, but really that's our mandate. That's what we try to do. IFC provides all kinds of investment products, so from senior debt all the way through to equity, mezzanine. So we have a very kind of flexible product portfolio. So depending on what the project is, what the project needs, we are pretty flexible around that. More to the point of what we're talking about today around sustainable financing, sustainability linked financing, and green financing. We do green loans, green bonds, sustainability linked financing. We can either arrange that, help with the structuring, help with the development of the frameworks, help kind of bring them to market, or we can also be anchor investors in those specific offerings. Now let me jump a bit more into the actual structuring and some of the more technical details, right? So as we look at how you would go about structuring a product like this, there's a couple of steps that you would need to follow. Be it if you're looking to structure it as a company, or if you're looking to validate an investment in a structure like this. So first of all, you would start with the development framework, right? So that would that would dictate how you would look at your financing roadmap, how you would tie it back to sustainability or climate objectives, right? Those could be at a corporate level, those could be at a country level. Usually those they merge into each other. Then that framework would be developed based on kind of international best practice and the specific taxonomies in place. Then the next step would be kind of to go to the project screening stage, right? You would look at what is going to be invested in, right? What's the capex plan? What's the project actually spending money on? And from that, effectively go through the line items and see which ones would be eligible to fund under the framework you've put in place or the framework that you're considering. That all of that, what you've done now, needs to then be validated by a second-party opinion provider, right? So these are effectively organizations that look at the documentation you've provided in terms of where will the use of proceeds go if it's kind of use of proceeds based, but we'll get to that just now. Or what will the money be spent on effectively, and does it conform to the framework you've put in place? And then the framework itself, does that conform to whatever guideline, be it the ICMA principles or whatever you've been working on, and is it basically does it conform to the relevant taxonomy? Just a quick note on second-party opinion providers. So depending on your project, you'll want to actually look at what type of second-party opinion provider makes sense to get in. You get the kind of global SPOs, which are S&P and Moody's, but they obviously come with a certain price tag. Depending on what you're doing and who your kind of target clients are, it may be more favorable to the project and effectively cheaper if you go with a local SPO. And then obviously there's the last part of it, of the structure, is obviously the reporting on the instruments, on the issuance, and then obviously the periodic reporting that comes after the issuance has taken place. I'll kind of go through this very quickly. So, in types of products that we as IFC do, we do green loans and bonds, we do blue loans, and sustainability-linked loans and bonds. Perhaps the key thing to highlight here is on the green and blue loans, we're looking at a use of proceeds framework, right? So what does that mean, right? The use of proceeds framework really looks at what are you specifically using the money for, right? So which line items are eligible for funding under the framework, and then you would basically build out your product or the issuance based on exactly those use of proceeds that you've committed to. Then you have, on the other side, you've got your sustainability-linked financing, which is not linked to a specific use of proceeds, but which is target-driven, right? So you, as an organization or a company, would subscribe to specific KPIs around some sustainability-linked elements that are important to you and are important to investors looking to come in. Those pricing structures on the target-driven frameworks can either be on an incentives basis, so or could it be on penalties. So you'd be looking at a step up and a step down. So really, that's, I think, how you need to think about the difference between a sustainability-linked bond and a use of proceeds product. So I'll run through some examples of KPIs and use of proceeds. And in terms of in the context of eco-industrial parks, I think there's some obvious categories or examples that come to mind. If one of them would be, for example, your green buildings or renewable energy or energy efficiency that you are integrating into both into the park in terms of both the infrastructure, but also what the companies themselves are doing. It could also be around pollution control, waste management, water efficiency, elements like that. Certainly circular economy is a very interesting one. But what perhaps is important just to recognize is these categories are certainly not fixed, right? And it sometimes makes sense to start kind of thinking out of the box, right, in terms of what else can you contribute? What are other elements that you can bring into the framework? Because also that will influence how your investors kind of look at the framework that you've put together and the product that's busy being built, right? Because effectively, and let me just jump to the next one. If we look at specifically the KPIs, right, where we're talking about targets, the benefit you're going to see in terms of in terms of incentives will be directly linked to what the market thinks you're doing in terms of stretch targets, right? So if you're doing something that's par for the course, it's questionable how much kind of the market will recognize those efforts, right? So you really need to think about including stretch targets as you build, as you set your KPIs. And these stretch targets can, as I was saying, not only be around kind of the obvious elements, right? Say alternatives or circular economy, but really also about other aspects like gender, right? Including the share of female staff or the share of women in management, or around social inclusion in terms of how much youth employment is being conducted at the site, right? What is the impact on education? Are there training centers there? And so, long story short, so what I'm truly trying to say is kind of for this, it's worth just thinking out of the box and also just having those discussions with with SPOs, with other entities, and also of course engaging potential investors pretty early to see what is it that gets them excited. Yeah, so this is just, I guess, a slide where the use of proceeds and the target-driven mechanisms are compared to each other. I think the key thing on to add here, in terms of what I was saying, in terms of the target-driven sustainability financing, is that the performance targets really need to be material, right? So otherwise, the product is not going to find acceptance. As I was saying, so on the pricing, and it's typically the question we get very, very often, if we do this, if we want to do a green loan or a sustainability linked financing, what's the benefit to us, right? And that's really very difficult to answer, because it depends on how much or what you're committing to, and that's in turn then informs how excited the market will be about it. So to give you an example, right? So these type of products are, say, more common in the property market, right? So we've also been involved in two issuances that are listed on the JSE for redefining growth points. We also, as you may know, the local banks are also involved in the sector, specifically for property businesses. So, if you, in that example, if you look at a bond and the what you're trying to position is that all your buildings are EDGE or LEED certified, etc., right? The market's probably not going to be very excited about it, right? If you, however, commit to EDGE net zero or some sort of stretch target, you may find that there'll be a lot of interest in your product. There'll be some capacity to actually get some incentives there. On the other hand, if you say in an industrial company, and there hasn't been an issuance in the market for say a steel company or a cement company, that may very well be very interesting for investors that are looking to kind of diversify their portfolio and also invest in some of those hard to abate sectors. So I'm getting the unhappy smiley, which kind of, I suppose, tells me I'm out of time. So actually I just want to end perhaps by giving a couple of examples of some of the transactions we've done. Notably, I think one that was done in Senegal with SOCOSIM around their ambitions to replace clinker with new, more efficient kind of production mechanisms, so it's just an example of that. Also the hard-to-abate industries are moving in that direction, also in Africa. And if it's something that you're thinking about, we'll be happy to have a more detailed conversation and see how we can support you in that. But as well, I think there's another session later today just on how to structure these type of products. So I think in this forum, I think you'll find a lot of competent advice if it's not something you're looking to do. So let me leave you, and thank you very much.
Sorry for hassling you.
No worries.
Thank you. You can just answer it down. That's fine. Thank you very much, Christoph. I did let him go a bit over the time. You can just sit there in the middle between Klaus and Christian, if that's okay, Miriam. I did let Christoph go a bit over the time, just simply because the financing aspect is so important. Okay, so I apologize. It's my fault that I let him go on a bit too long. That's why he got the worried face from me. Next up, we're going to ask Klaus to come forward. I'm not going to hang around long, so Klaus, you can just take over. I just want to make sure that you know how to use this thing. Forward, backwards, pointer. Okay. So forward, yes.
Very good morning to you. I got one of these mics I can walk around with. I don't know if you're expecting a bit more of a performance here. So Klaus Dürker is my name. I work with UNIDO as the Chief Technical Advisor for the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program. And today I will talk about EIPs as an approach for industrial circular economy. I know that we already heard that money is available, but there are more and more decision makers and others who want to see how this is then linked also to the bigger policy drives which are there ongoing, circular economy being one of those. And I will pack this up a little bit by talking first about, I don't think we have talked so much about what is an eco-industrial park, and then a little bit what is circular economy, and then I'll try to connect these dots a little bit. So, as you know, EIPs are a managed area where you have companies who, through collaboration, different sorts, they are then trying to be more competitive, efficient, and creating an area where you can really thrive your company and to do good business. And also, EIPs are then trying to reduce the environmental footprint, provide quality jobs, and these types of many environmental social benefits through good management, and this then brings economic gains as well. That sounds a bit hairy, right? So what we then did with the colleagues from the World Bank, GIZ, that we sat down a bit and said that, okay, so if you have a park, how can we then know if it's an eco-industrial park or not? So we set up this framework, which works through indicators. There's 64 of them, and they are divided into the different categories of management, environmental, social, and economic performance. Now, what I'm claiming is that industrial parks are the industrial circular economy. This is what I'm going to claim. This is my hypothesis, and you can always come and challenge that if you want. But there is really the circularity in manufacturing comes from the proximity. That you can do things, of course, within your own company, do circularity in your company, that you can always do. That's fine. You can do it whether you are in an industrial park or not. But if you want to reap the bigger benefits, you need to be quite close to your potential partners. There are very few long distances that you want to pipe steam or some other resource profitably. The same goes for anything else. And the fact that you can also share services is really the driver. But it's not sort of thing that there is one silver bullet for every park, because the parks are very different, right? There are the ones which are bigger, the ones which are smaller, the ones which have a different type of sectors, ones which are doing more production, manufacturing, others doing more commercial services. And so there is always the need to see how this can happen. So one more, when you look at then circular economy, this slide is trying to show you the whole picture of circular economy. And here, this is obviously where we are when we talk about manufacturing industrial park, is this bit here. We are going into also some to the distribution part, but usually the thing which is beyond is the sort of the material supply. It comes from where it comes. Maybe there are some cases that this has been connected. And then, of course, the post-consumer part is not part of the EIP. But again, I did not say that EIPs are the whole circular economy. I just said it's the manufacturing industrial part of it. So what are the sort of the main bits and pieces you can do in an industrial park or EIP in order to do in order to make it more circular? We have categorized it in 5 different here, where we look at the utility synergies, infrastructure sharing. There you have obviously power, the energy part, water part. You have the share infrastructure that you can use. You have a lot of facilities that you can do. The fact that you can, in an industrial park, you can co-locate value chains. This is not very atypical at all. If you were here yesterday when Chris Ettmeyer was talking about his park, very typical such, where you have one key tenant partly inside the industrial park. This is an automaker, and actually quite a number of those tenants are suppliers to that value chain. So already being close to your brings these synergies, brings shorter distances of logistics, and other ways of being able to reuse parts. The other big thing which we have in industrial parks is the byproduct synergies, typically waste exchanges, or industrial symbiosis, which is another topic which Christian will touch upon later. That's a key thing in being really ready, and that it's possible to share, really to do zero waste type of operations, utilize many things that you have from one process to the next. I mean, there's a lot of side streams. They can be different. They can be liquid. They can be gas. They can be solid, and they can be utilized by other companies in the industrial park, or indeed there can be new companies formed in the industrial park because the material is there and available, and not all the time this can be shipped long distances, at least profitably. Service synergies, do not underestimate service synergies. There are really the number of operations that big industries have to keep up and try to provide all these in-house are quite a number. And so if you can have a park and a park management that can provide you all these different types of services, you are saving a lot. And you're not only saving a lot there, but you are also not having to use resources. So you can do resource savings sort of at the overall level as well. You can have, and those services can be everything from very physical to, you could have joint training. You can have joint buses, to get the workers to the factories. Yeah, there's a lot of, there is the really there is the heaven is the limit of finding those way of cooperating on services. And then finally, a big of the circularity also can come from the cooperation between the urban, the community around, the municipality around. These are much better with an industrial park than with individual industries, because obviously both are big operations. So, but you wouldn't go to a small like medium-sized company and start discussing that, oh, would you like to have a joint wastewater treatment plant? But you can do that with an industrial park, because there is enough of space and there is enough of already their own effluent. So this type of things, the same goes to waste, energy, infrastructure. All this can be jointly operated and planned with an industrial park. So there are maybe three sort of broad strategies that you can then to do the circularity in industrial park, and they're here. You can sort of narrow the flows, or you can slow down flows, or then indeed close the loops. And I'll just spend a little bit of time on these parts. But you see on the slide, you see what those different strategies are. On narrowing flows, efficiency improvements, the type of using side streams, the sort of the synergy parts. This is very much core circular economy type of activity. Sharing equipment, sharing of procurement, not only getting better price, but also getting reaping other benefits when it comes to circularity. You can use joint maintenance type of operations. Here we come again. If you look at equipment related, you can do things on circular economy, on joint procurement, remanufactured procurement. There are parks in this world, for example, everybody uses the same type of vehicles. Well, then you can set up a maintenance and operations around this, and then it's profitable for this maker of this equipment to come into the park, and then you get a smooth, quick, good service as soon as there are some issues with the machinery. Then closing the loops, I think there water reuse, product reuse, and the industrial symbiosis and the post-consumer recycling are among the strategies of closing the loop on this. Maybe here one more time on the circular economy, kind of we talked about some of these things. I'm trying to link or give a little bit of examples here on what we talked about earlier. We said that we are here on manufacturing, distribution, and for example, on distribution, again, linking to some of the presentations from yesterday, we talked about the truck going back and forth and so on, going empty one direction, coming back, and so on. Now, there is, for example, on distribution, warehousing, you can have a lot of cooperation in an industrial park. Like you can have, the companies can have joint warehousing, joint logistics services. And so that at least the first part of the distribution sort of can be done in a much more circular way. And this is then also looping back. I think that the part which we have a little bit more difficult maybe to link to industrial parks are really the post-consumer part. Some of it comes, of course, directly also to manufacture, but much of it is then recycled into materials. Now, recycling can also happen in industrial park. So that can be indeed, it can be like a new good business for the industrial park. You have the space, you're close to the consumers many times, so there's a possibility, plastics, paper, this type of things, many times recycled in industrial parks. Maybe one part which is there also possible, it's more complicated, is to work on the eco-design and recyclability of products and so on, because this is very sort of, this is the core of most companies. And doing that in collaboration happens not so often, because if you start to design your product with somebody else, then you don't know how long that product will be your product, right? So that's maybe the only part of circular economy where there is a little less possibilities to work at industrial parks. But you see here the other most of the aspects of circular economy can be done in an industrial park, and even more efficiently in an eco-industrial park. And the key is that you have a park management which is efficient, who everybody trusts and wants to work with in order to make their own operations better and more competitive. So, with that, I hope you're all now convinced that EIPs is the way to go if you want to do circular economy in manufacturing industries.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Again, I think one underestimates how much information sits behind each slide. I think if we gave Klaus the whole morning, he could take us through just one of those slides and really populate it with a lot of other examples. Thank you, Klaus. Next, we have Miriam. And it just so happened that we have the gents and then the ladies and then the gents and then the ladies. I did not work out the program this way. Okay? But Miriam is next. I'm going to hand over to you. Forward, backwards, pointer.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I am Miriam from Tanzania. Actually, I was happy that the first presentation was somehow related to what I'm going to present. So I'm just going to present the improving environment sustainability and compliances on the special economic zones in Tanzania, the road toward multi-stakeholders partnership, and I am happy to introduce several partners that we are with. I am from the Basin Water Board, that is a governmental institution under Ministry of Water. But with us, we have a member from Shahidi wa Maji, which is the local NGO. But we also have a member from CTI, that is the Corporation of Industries. But we have the Nature Program also with us supporting different partnership activities that have to be done together. Most of us can ask, how can the private sector and government institution work together? That is most of the time I get that question. So we work together to ensure that we create a conducive environment for the special economic zones to operate in different aspects. So this is a content of the presentation. I'll just go to the details directly. So Tanzanian visions for industries for economic growth. We have the financial year development plan of 2012 to 2016. We also have, that is followed by the financial development year plan for 2017 to 2021 that emphasize on the economic transformation and industrialization for human development. And also, we are now in the third version of the financial year development plan 2022-2026, realizing the competitiveness leading export growth. So we all work, the partnership work around the national plans, and everything that we are implementing has to rely or has to feed on the national plans that are existing. I will tell a bit about the special economic zones that are there. These are autonomous government agents that looks or manages the special economic zone and export processing zones. So the EPZA also manages the free trade market within the country. And currently we have the existing and operational the special economic zones within Bagamoyo, Kigoma and Dar es Salaam. But also there are other planned special economic zones. And there have been success over the years from 2014 to 2024 with different or increasing number of industries that are licensed. Yeah. So one of the great achievements that have been done is to digitize the processes under special economic zones. So most of the requirement that investors has to get or the certificate or license has that he has to obtain can be obtained from the one-stop center from EPZA. But also there is a multi-stakeholders collaboration. That means more related informations that the investor really require in order for him to comply with the different policies and regulations in the country, they can be obtained from the one-stop center. But also within the special economic zone, we are emphasizing on the environmental safeguard to comply with most of the requirement that investor needs. So with the digitized system that is there are a number of functions that the investor can get. That include the development license, leasing agreement, but also he can get the operator license after establishing the industry. But also through the system, he or she can apply for the work permit and other tax exemptions as per regulations. So I will talk a bit about what are we working under, the Nature's program. Yeah, we are addressing some of the challenges that are within the special economic zones. And those challenges are mainly relied on the environmental services within. That is the water and wastewater management. As it has been said, it is a very key component in ensuring that we work on achieving the eco-industrial in the country. So the challenge is the inadequate water resource management, but also we have insufficient regulatory clarity with regard to water and wastewater management. So on this, what are we doing? We are working on seeking the water and other natural resources risk are mitigated, but also water demand for special economic zones are known and are also addressed. For this will ensure that will attract more investors because the water management issues and the wastewaters will be addressed. So what are the actions that we are doing related to water and wastewater management? Through the Nature's program, we support a steward approach that's within the special economic zone, but also we are looking at what are the guidelines and the regulations that are required. But also I will shortly explain the wastewater management responsibility in Tanzania as per regulation. As we know that we have the acts and regulations that guide the environmental management within the country, but also the act has dedicated different institutions or regulatory bodies to ensure management of waste within the country. So from the, So from the industry, we have the pre-trade industry waste that is most known. That depends on what channel are you taking If you are from the industry and you have your secondary treatment plant, after the treatment, you directly discharge to the environment, then the basin water authorities come directly to regulate you. And this is normally for the standalone industries. But if you are the industry after doing the pre-treatment of the effluent and you discharge to municipal waste, here in between there are urban water authorities that comes in that are managing the municipal sewer system. But from the municipal sewer system now, if the waste goes directly to the environment, there is the basin authority that comes in. But also we have another channel that we are working on. It is from the industries. If it is within the EPZA or the special economic zones and they have centralized DWAD system, then the industry particularly has to get the permit or has to be regulated by the EPZA. From the basin authority will then regulate what is coming from the DWADs. So all these channels had to be defined initially to ensure that there is no any, the investor is safe when he is coming to implement or to do different activities within the country. So this is on the wastewater management. The challenge that we have in the country is less compliances over all the industries that we have, but for the whole country we have less than 2,000 permits for discharge. But also we have waste stabilization ponds in as the municipal wastewater treatment plants, but most of them or all of them are not designed for industries. So their efficiency is really not good if they are connected to the industries. So all the challenges, we have seen that there's a need of really collaborating different regulators to bring them together to ensure that we create a conducive environment for the special economic zones. So what have we done up to now through the Nature's program? Through the Nature's program on the water and wastewater management, we have established what we call Water User Management Information System. That means the investor can get the important information on water and wastewater management through the permitting system. And this system, it is under development, but the plan is to ensure that after it is completed, it is linked to all the relative organizations that are in one way or another working with the investors. So the management information system that we have, or wastewater management system that we have, this is the SECO that we are working on. We have the application side. From the application side, we have the monitoring area, but also we have the element for fee payment and compliances. So this first SECO of permits application, that is already developed and it is under piloting. And a good thing is we have integrated the system with we call it government e-payment gateway. So we are working with the expertise to ensure that everything that we are doing here, it is done with to complete the SECO. But also the remaining part of the system that is under development is the self-monitoring and self-reporting area. But also through the Nature's program, we are able to establish the guideline for wastewater management. And this was established and launched in December 2020. And it was established in collaboration to different stakeholders that are, as they can see in there. So what are we looking at, or what is the way forward? We are looking at sustainably ensuring the multi-stakeholder stewardship that is established through the program. It is something that will continue. And also, we are looking at putting on board all the relative regulators that are not in, to ensure that we all together work on the environmental sustainability. But also, we are looking at social and environmental output, whereby we look at the better wastewater discharge compliances from the investors within the special economic zones. But not only that, we are also looking at the investors outside the economic zones. But also, we are looking at ensuring that we scale up whatever we are doing to different areas. We started in Dar es Salaam within the Wami Roof Basin Water Board, but now, for instance, for water and wastewater management permitting system, it is now adapted to all the 9 basins that we have in the country. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miriam. So you see there's a natural progression. We start out with describing what eco-industrial parks are, what Klaus did, and then really start looking at more the specifics, right? And I think one aspect that maybe not be so strong in South Africa is the chemical industry sector, but it is big in a number of other countries. And of course, sustainable chemistry is crucial in that. So Nadine is going to talk to us about that. So Nadine, I want to hand over to you.
Okay, hi everybody. I hope my mic is working, yeah. And yeah, maybe before starting, as you might have seen, just to go back, yeah, I'm not a chemist, and I started working in this project in April. So yeah, this may be just before starting my presentation. But now to really get into the topic, as I'm not a chemist, but I like cooking. And there's a joke, so like, chemistry is like cooking, just don't lick the spoon. So maybe this is a nice start to see how the chemical sector can be transformed, and also to share some experiences with you from the project where I'm currently working in. It's called International Sustainable Chemistry Collaborative Center, and we are a global project implemented by GIZ, German Development Corporation. And now, just imagine a life without chemistry. People would die much younger from diseases, without antibiotics and without vaccines. So, chemistry is a success story and an important driver for human prosperity. Without it, we wouldn't have many products. But at the same time, there is also the downside success story of chemical industry. And here you can see some of the facts. So 90% of global production, as you can have seen, the importance is dependent on chemical products, but at the same time, 10% of world's total energy is consumed by this industry, and it contributes to 8% of the worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. But apart from this, there are many chemicals, and it has hazard to health. So many people affected and deaths. And this is why it's so important to really see why a change is needed in order to address these challenges. So this is why we need sustainable chemistry to really look for sustainable solutions. So regarding energy and materials, and really look along, as Klaus mentioned, to see how a circular economy can be implemented along the life cycle of chemicals, materials, and products, and so also changing stakeholders' behavior. And how does transformation look like? So if we see here on the left side, like the traditional chemical sector or industry, like we had it in the past, and now on the right side, where we would like to go into the future. Sustainability, sustainable chemistry looks at the function of chemicals. So we don't only look at the final product, the result we get, or we use it for, but we really raise the question of how can we achieve like the same result with less chemicals, so increasing resource efficiency, but it also involves ethics, social aspects, and once again involving stakeholders. So people also need to get aware of this. And definitely moving from linear to circular processes, using renewable feedstocks, and it goes far beyond compounds, materials, and processes. So really including the product design, service, and function. And also waste utilization is an important aspect of this. So we are maximizing the function, but minimizing hazards. And now it's also time to introduce ISC3 and what role do we play here. So as already mentioned, we are a global project implemented by GIZ. We have been founded in 2017 and our slogan is, we transform chemistry. So we have a quite ambitious goal and the idea is to really create an understanding of what sustainable chemistry is and work together with several stakeholders, so according to a multi-stakeholder approach, because we can only achieve this if all parties work together across all sectors. And there you can see a nice photo of our team. And we are not doing this alone. We work together. Unfortunately, this slide cannot be seen, but we are working together with our counterparts. We are working with the university, Leuphana University in Lüneburg. They are representing the Innovation Hub and, the Research and Education Hub. And DECHEMA, which is the German Society for Chemical Engineering and Biotechnology. So they are an expert network consisting of 5,000 members, and they are responsible for fostering and at first identifying and fostering innovation. So we are doing this jointly together and on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for the Environment and the German Federal Environmental Agency. And now you can see what we are doing. So our fields of action, they comprise these areas. We are contributing to international chemicals policy. We are also developing trainings, but together with the University of Lüneburg, we developed even degrees, so bachelor and master's degrees on this topic. We are providing advisory service. And finally, the topic I would like to dive deeper into is the fostering of entrepreneurship and innovation. So, we are doing this through several formats, and now I would just like to show you some of our insights. So when you visit our website, you can see that we have like a startup of the month. So each month we are promoting a new startup with innovative ideas, but we are also hosting the investor forum at the Impact Festival. So there is like a kickstart of financial and networking power for sustainable chemistry startups. And getting people together, getting them connected. And we also have mentoring programs. So we match startups with experts, and also for matching companies, like having very specific challenges with academia. So this is our task. And now I would like to present to you briefly 3 of our startups. One is Ray Cosmetics. They are coming from Ethiopia, and they have been founded in 2021. And what they are doing, they extract collagen from fish skin waste, and they use it in order to produce skin and hair care products. So they have several benefits. They use agro waste, they prevent contamination, and they also support local communities. I will just go through it, so if you have specific questions regarding the startups, you can reach out afterwards and visit the links. And the other startups is Asia. They are from India, and they started with their business idea in 2021. And you won't believe it, but they are making or producing sunglasses out of these chips packets you can find almost everywhere. So they are really transforming, their slogan is that they are transforming waste into style. So this is a very nice idea also. And so they of course incentivize the collection of waste, and they also create formal jobs. By this, they reduce disposal at landfills and prevent contamination. And my last startup I would like to present comes from Colombia. It's called Natupla, and they are doing starch-based biodegradable plastic alternatives. This is sounds very long, but they are replacing single-use plastic by this starch-based alternatives, so also contributing to CO2 emissions reduction and contributing to the environment, or having a positive impact. And now, following this discussion about eco-industrial parks, circular economy, the question comes up, so what does sustainable chemistry have to do with eco-industrial parks? But it really goes hand in hand. As you have seen, it's not only about circularity, so taking into account also life cycle, but it's following a holistic approach to solve problems, really addressing all dimensions and aspects. It's also about system thinking, so really considering interlinkages. And finally, it addresses also the social dimensions, so really contributing to safeguard the health of workers. And also especially, informal and formal sectors, and to create collaboration and transparency. There's a very nice saying I heard last year when this conference, or part of this conference, was held in Cairo in Egypt. And this is, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to get far, go together. So it's really about sharing information, data like we heard, and it's all based on trust. And so summing up this, here you can see how sustainable chemistry contributes to eco-industrial parks. So it's reducing environmental pollutions and also addressing, as already mentioned, health risks, so safe handling and storing of chemicals, but also fostering resource efficiency, circular economy, so really getting out or optimizing the use of resources, and by also reusing, recycling, and closing material cycles. It also addresses regulatory compliance and the promotion of innovation, but especially also contributing to cost savings. So finally you need less of a product, with this I would like to end and leave you with this. So nothing gets transformed until your mind is transformed, and we really have to change our stakeholders' behavior in order to transform the chemical industry and also all associated sectors. And so this is why sustainable solutions are needed. And my call to action, finally, to visit us here at our stand. I will be there after the presentation. It's here outside on the left side, directly with GIZ, and you can get some Haribo, so some candies from Germany, also planetaries or planets from, making reference to planetary boundaries. So this might be a good reason to come together and continue this exchange.
Nadine, you're not allowed to bribe people. I mean, some of us have a sweet tooth, so that's really dangerous. Please, these sweets are very nice. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. Last but not least on the program is Christian Susan. Those of you who don't know who he is, I think you better come and talk to me so I can sort that one out. Christian, please, I'm going to hand over to you. You do not need to stand behind this huge thing, okay? But if it does give you comfort and safety, grab onto it solidly with both hands, okay? But please, Christian, over to you.
Thank you very much.
It's not on.
It's on? Now, can you hear me? I needed the magic touch of a local engineer. These foreigners, they're no good. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being with us here. And I still would need the presentation.
It should be coming.
Okay. You see, no good, these foreigners. No. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I think Klaus has already shared with you what is the added value of an eco-industrial park or any industrial park. You have a lot of various industries which are co-aggregated in a limited space. Klaus has already spoken about the possibilities of industrial synergies. I would like to go now a step further into industrial symbiosis. Industrial symbiosis is where the waste of one company, a byproduct of one company, can be used as an input, a factor input into the manufacturing process of another company. And okay. And we can, if we work in an industrial park and promote the transition towards an eco-industrial park, we first of all work at the level of the individual companies, at the tenant companies. We apply resource efficiency, cleaner production technology and approaches with them, but you still remain with some unavoidable residual waste. But if you want to move on from a linear economy towards a truly circular economy, we need to start thinking and exploring how this unavoidable residual waste can be used. And these byproducts, they can be materials, but they can also be energy. They can be steam, they can be water. And if you facilitate an exchange between two industries which are closely located to each other, this can be a continuous exchange, or it can be in batches, because waste you would normally not have a continuous exchange, whereas heat and water, this would be a continuous exchange. And I want to guide you through some of the industrial symbioses which have been achieved under the Global Eco-Industrial Park program. And it follows a logic where we go, what we also do when we facilitate the transition of industrial park to eco-industrial park. We do an assessment in the park, and we start with the low-hanging fruits. We start with the easiest, the simplest industrial symbiosis which is possible. And we move then on. Once our partners have seen it makes sense, it makes business sense as well as environmental sense, we can move on from very simple things towards more complex things. And I think this has already been shared with you. This is the definition of an eco-industrial park. It's a group of industries which are co-located, and they strive together to have a better performance in 4 domains. It's environmental performance, social performance, management performance, and financial performance. These efforts of industries are always driven by the possibility to also realize savings, to become more profitable, to become more efficient. And the first example I would like to share with you is from Zona Franca de Cauca in Colombia, which is our lighthouse industrial park in Colombia. A very simple, I always call it a no-brainer. We have 3 plastic manufacturers. They have 120 tons of waste per year. A 4th plastic manufacturer now collects their waste by very simple means. You can see this beautiful rickshaw, this trike, and they transform the waste into lower grade plastic products. And the beauty of it is not only the waste reduction, it's also a reduction of raw materials needed, and we are still in the process to calculate also what does it mean in terms of CO2 emission reduction, because you avoid transport factor inputs and you avoid the wastage. Looking at the same park, we have another example where we have an aluminium profile producing company, and we have a company which needs a non-ferrous material with a high aluminium content. So the company which produces these aluminium profiles, they have shavings, and 330 tons a year of aluminium can be recycled by this way, by just bringing the shavings from one of the companies, the leftover, to the company next door. And here we did already the mathematics. So we can save 1,900 kilometers truck distance, which normally would accrue to bring the raw material into the manufacturing process. And this translates to 5,000 tons CO2 emission reduction from primary aluminium production. So this is normally what we do when we facilitate this industrial symbiosis. We show the companies what they can save, we show them how much they can save financially, and then we calculate what are the environmental benefits of this process. An example from Peru, where interestingly, when we were at the park, the companies told us, please don't take photos because it looks so disgusting. They use slaughterhouse residues. You can see it here in the background. You see the carcasses. These are the remaining bones after a slaughterhouse process. And they combine it with oil and feathers from chicken processing companies and produce protein-rich animal feed. So you can tell them more or less, I need fish food, I need whatever animal food with a certain protein content. They mix it for you. And here we can avoid 8,000 tons of organic waste per year. And the COD in wastewater treatment plants was reduced by 15,000 kilograms per year, because beforehand, especially the oil and the slaughterhouse residues from the chicken processing companies, they went to the sewers. This is now being reused, recycled into a product which can be used. And energy savings and greenhouse gas emissions reductions are still being in calculations. An example from Egypt. We have a company which recycles the tires which are produced and used by other companies, and they also bring in tires from the outside. And what they use is a pyrolysis process which has a capacity of 10,000 tons per year. What they do is they feed in these old tires, and we all have seen efforts what can be done with old tires. But here, the old tires can be used to produce fuel, and the steel wires can be reused and recycled. So 40 to 45% of the tires are used to produce fuel, and 15 to 20% are used to produce steel again. Our program in the GIP, the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program, has the country-level interventions in Colombia, Peru, South Africa, Egypt, Indonesia, Vietnam, and in Ukraine. And this approach was supported by our country-level intervention in Egypt, in Orascom Eco-Industrial Park. And we can collect, by this way, 5 to 10% of the raw materials, of the waste from the industrial park, and we reduce the waste which is normally diverted to landfill by 500 to 1,000 tons per year. An example which is not in the strictest sense an industrial symbiosis, but it's too beautiful to be left out for me whenever I present these case studies. In Indonesia, MM2100 Industrial Park has applied a nature-based infrastructure solution to treat 35,000 cubic meters of industrial wastewater. And normally, I always ask, what is this if I show the picture? And no one guesses that this is a wastewater treatment plant. The beauty of this wastewater treatment plant using nature-based infrastructure solutions is the investment costs about 60 to 70% of a conventional wastewater treatment plant, and the operational costs and management costs are 40 to 50%. In addition, you have lower sludge which is being produced, and if you're on this side, I think every one of us knows a wastewater treatment plant, regardless how well it is managed, you have odors, you have smells. This one does not only look like a garden, you feel like being in a garden because there are no odors and smells. It's not in the strictest sense an industrial symbiosis, but again, it's one of these examples I don't want to miss out. And yes, the benefits are lower energy consumption, lower sludge generation. The next step we're looking is to recycle the sludge in agriculture to see whether there are any heavy metals in this sludge, whether it can be reused and recycled. And an example from Vietnam. We have in Amata Industrial Park a Coca-Cola bottling factory. This bottling factory had to change its boiler, and rather than replacing its fossil fuel fired boiler with a new one, they went into a symbiotic arrangement with the Green Energy Company. The Green Energy Company now operates a biomass-fueled steam boiler and sells the steam to Coca-Cola. We have 60,000 tons of biomass residues which are being recycled in this process, and 16,000 tons CO2 emissions which can be avoided through this industrial symbiosis. The kingpin of the industrial symbiosis also comes from Vietnam. We did a feasibility study in 2018 under the predecessor of the Global Eco-Industrial Park program. We have a coal-fired fertilizer industry, a large-scale industry, which produces tremendous amount of emissions. And right next sits a technical gas producer. The feasibility study was whether the technical gas producer cannot capture the emissions, treat them, clean them, scrub them, so that it can be sold as technically inert CO2 again to the food and the medical industry. It has been realized in 2023. Stage 1 has been realized, which results in 74,000 tons CO2 emissions reductions. And the fact that now the technical gas producer invests into a doubling of the capacity gives a very strong indication this is not only an extraordinary example of environmental benefits, but also it makes economic sense. And just to quickly say, what we can do is to facilitate such industrial symbiosis. We need to start with the low-hanging fruits. So we can survey the businesses, we can identify shared needs and resources. In this case, where do we have waste? Which waste might be used by somebody else as a factor input into the manufacturing process? So once we have done this inventory and the map of the available side streams and information of the estate, is it gas, is it liquid, is it solid? And are there any possible contaminants which would avoid an industrial symbiosis process? We can identify the potentials for industrial symbiosis, the partners. We can bring them together. Well, we do normally also a bit of technical feasibilities, economic feasibilities, but then it is trust building. It is to bring the partners together, to show them that both of them have something to gain. Sometimes we have to overcome regulatory barriers. Some industrial symbiosis where we would have said they are no-brainers did not work because it was a process of regulatory barriers which could not allow it. And then what we do is we don't provide the funding as UNIDO. We show what is feasible, we demonstrate what is the return on investment, and we can then facilitate implementation. And an important thing is which we are also responsible towards our donors. This Global Eco-Industrial Park program is generously supported by Switzerland, but Switzerland also wants to see the results, not only how much money could be saved, how much money was invested, but also what were the environmental benefits. And this is what we are doing here. And to facilitate this process, in our Eco-Industrial Park toolbox, we have one specific tool on industrial symbiosis. Time does not allow now to go really through it, but I think it is worthwhile. If you're interested, if you're in a situation where you think an industrial symbiosis would make sense, have a look at this toolbox, which is available on the UNIDO Knowledge Hub. And with this, I would like to say thank you very much. The purpose of this was really to give you an overview about what can be achieved going from very simple, straightforward solutions to much more complex solutions. And needless to say, a solution like in Ninh Binh in Vietnam takes time before it's being implemented. And in this industrial park, we have a lot of small-scale industrial symbiosis which were realized before, and this builds the trust. And this shows companies it makes sense. It makes business sense. It makes sense to reduce their environmental impacts, and it makes sense to reduce their risk of environmental compliance. I hope this can inspire you, and I hope next year or in 2 years you will report about industrial symbiosis that could be achieved in your parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Yes. Okay, question time. Anybody with any particular questions? Now is the time to raise your hands. I know there are questions. We are good for time, which I'm very delighted about. But yeah, so the way that we do this, just raise your hand and I'll try and find you. Okay. I don't see any hands. Wow. Well, the speaker's that brilliant. Or you are still very tired from yesterday. Okay, well, in that case, I have an interesting question. Christian, specifically for you, the example about the animal feed, what do you do about flavor? I mean, do animals discern flavor? I mean, I'm just thinking, if I were a cow, would I have preference for a particular flavor? I mean, do they look at flavor, or is it just being processed?
Well, we do work in a stakeholder-inclusive process, but we have the lack of communication skills with animals not yet fully developed. But I can assure you, whatever has been fed to these animals, whether it was fish or dogs, it's been gobbled up.
Well, it must work then, so clearly the flavor is less of an issue than what I thought, I might have a problem with. Is there any of, are there any of the examples that you wanted to share that you did not share?
Well, I can share with you something where we all thought is a no-brainer. We have in one park in Colombia a company which produces tremendous amounts of eggshells. And right next to it we have a company which needs calcium to produce, some beauty products and some food supplements. We brought them together, and the problem was that a regulatory risk could not be overcome. So to use these eggshell residues in another industry would have required a very expensive assessment and testing. And this went also beyond the means of what we could provide. So this was an example where I say it's a no-brainer, and yes, it did not work. So it's not, if you look at an industrial park, you see the waste. You see the need for the product. It does not mean automatically it will happen. And I must also say, facilitating industrial symbiosis processes is company-specific or site-specific. If you don't have the right industries located next to each other, it doesn't work. So it is a little bit of, I don't call it opportunistic, but it can be called opportunistic, you know, but you need to make use of what you can find. And I have an example from Austria, which for me is also an amazing example, where you have a sawmill which cuts about 1 million cubic meters of timber per year, and they've already invested in a combined heat and power plant to generate electricity and steam. Part of the steam they can use themselves. They have excess heat, and right next to them is a brewery. And the brewery, in the absence of a district heating system, it's a small village, the brewery has gone into a feasibility study to look into whether their waste management scheme could be changed from, and now they've applied a cogeneration of liquid and solid waste in anaerobic processes. Together with the excess heat from their neighbors, they've become carbon neutral in the beer brewing process. The beer is not carbon neutral because there's still the malting process, which is somewhere else, but the brewing process could be made carbon neutral by applying this process. But if there wouldn't be neighbors, this would not have worked. So this is things, and I think that's also why it is so easy to facilitate industrial symbiosis in an industrial park. Short transport distances, a wide array of different industries, and we can serve as a matchmaker. Maybe we should have an industrial symbiosis Tinder for the future. Shoop, shoop.
Absolutely. I think, just from a South African experience, what we find is that in a lot of the industrial spaces we work in, is that many companies actually don't talk to their neighbors. So I don't know if other countries, JC, I saw your hand. I don't see if some of the, I don't know if some of the other countries have similar experiences, but it's really actually quite surprising how little we know about our neighbors in an industrial space. Okay. Now, in a way, one can probably explain it this way, and that is that, people are concentrating on their production, right? So it's about, getting the orders through. It's about your cash flow. It's all of those things. So you generally don't get involved in things that don't have direct bearing on your operation. But we are finding more and more in the South African industrial space that there's a real need, in actual fact, for facilitators almost, to make these connections, which is something that I do, of course, quite a lot. Okay, but I'm not the only person that does this. So yeah, it's interesting that you say that, Klaus, and then Christian, and then Jason.
On that point, also there is a policy dimension to that as well. I mean, I think that those of you who work in the policy area on industrial parks and all that, there are all these different rules which are applied anyway to industrial parks. Right? Maybe there is some of these other rules that could be sort of eased up, because it is in the end like a semi-managed area. Does all the different waste licensing regulations need to apply inside the industrial park? Do you always need to get a specialized waste transporter in order to get it the 200 meters from company A to company B? Those are rules in many parts of the world. So is there, and I think that what we argue, that if you have an industrial park which is well managed, there could be rules that can be eased within those operations. I mean the way that you are providing tax incentives for export processing zones and these others. Apparently they are there so well managed that you can ensure that there are no flows outside. So yeah, please consider that. Yeah.
Okay, Christian?
But to add on, we have seen cases, and our friends are here, but in countries where everything coming out of a wastewater treatment plant is considered hazardous waste. And the purpose of sending the water to a wastewater treatment plant is that you remove the hazardous substances. They can end up in the sludge, then it depends on what comes in. You have heavy metals, you have no heavy metals in your sludge. But in some countries, the treated wastewater, the effluent, cannot be used for watering of green areas. It can be rejected into the next water body because that's the only thing you can do, but you're not allowed to use it. I understand you cannot use it for watering of vegetable patches, but these are things where we really try to then expose decision makers to best practice of other countries. And in Europe, for instance, there is even a directive which guides which sludge can be reused in agriculture. Because in the absence of any toxic substances or heavy metals in sludge from a wastewater treatment plant, it's concentrated nutrients. If you want to move from a linear to a circular economy, these nutrients should go to the fields. You need to make sure you have no negative impact. So this is regulated in the European Union, and they have now also introduced a monitoring system where you apply the sludge in agriculture. You need to monitor that there's no accumulation, because there's a threshold of substances, of particular heavy metals. If you're below this threshold, you're allowed to reuse and recycle your sludge in agriculture. And then you still need to monitor that there is no accumulation beyond certain thresholds in the agricultural areas. But I think these are way forwards we have to expose decision makers to and tell them, it's great what we've seen in many countries, following up on what Klaus has done, that the first set of environmental rules and regulations, we welcome them, we need them, but often they've gone too stringent. And this is where then it needs to be discussed, where some regulations need to be adjusted to really allow for circular processes without causing any detrimental impact to the environment. So this is for us the overarching principle. But it's just to avoid regulatory barriers which hinder circularity. If you need a special license to transport waste for 200 meters from A to B, it might make the process just too expensive, too cumbersome, and people say, sorry, not interested. So these are really the examples, but it's also encouraging how ingenious companies can be. We have an example in Colombia where a wastewater treatment plant is shared by two companies, and I still don't know how they manage, because it's easy to share well. You know, the investment costs are so much, and one company uses X cubic meters, the other one uses Z, and this is how you split your operational costs, and you find a solution for the investment costs. Wastewater is much more complex. You can have a high amount of wastewater with low contamination, and you can have a low amount with high contamination. Still, they found a solution. They trust each other well enough. They know they will be there for the next 20 years for the lifespan of a wastewater treatment plant. But they could find a solution, and also to split the costs between them. And I think this is where our team can come in, where they can facilitate this, where they can say, well, first of all, look at it. There is savings to be made for you if you co-invest in one facility. And then to facilitate this decision-making process and to facilitate solutions. And it can work. And for me, this is the encouraging thing. And to overcome these regulatory barriers, this is what we are working on. And that's where, well, also a big challenge lies.
Time's up. But I'm sorry. I'm going to give JC had his hand up before you, and then I'm going to give you, but only if you're quick, because people want to go and have tea and coffee. Okay, JC, you know how to operate, yes.
Just a quick one. I noticed the subtle change from eco-industrial parks to eco-industrial parks and areas. And it's different from the previous workshops and sessions we've had. And maybe this is to Klaus, just a comment in terms of the framework that was developed is very much based on a park framework where you've got a management system and so on. And I think to actively implement industrial symbiosis and to work with the framework that was developed for eco-industrial parks, those areas will almost have to become communities. In other words, so that they can identify the synergies and they can identify the collaborative opportunities. But I think it's a good move. It was very subtle in your program as well, eco-industrial parks and areas, because the areas was never part of the framework. You know, it was always those industries are loose standing, and it's very difficult to implement something if there is no joint management entity that sort of drives the change. But if it becomes a community, yeah. Thanks, Klaus. Yeah.
Klaus, do you want to say
yes,
something?
Yes, no, just a quick point there. I think that there's a subtle difference there, but it's not any area. Where we want to bring the EIP approach. We still need a management type of an entity. Whether that can then be created also without the ownership of the areas or the industries or having a direct tenant relationship, and that is possible. So kind of industry association, which will then set up an entity, and it's not so different from an industrial park there, which is selling its plots, right? In the end, When everything is sold out, the only thing which is left is the sort of the joint operations, right, for which you then still pay a fee. So I think this can be done, or this can be done also afterwards. And these are the type of areas we would be working in, even if they are not maybe officially IPs.
Let me just add, I want to bring it together with Carmen Julia, our project coordinator from Peru, because in Peru we have one project on eco-industrial parks, and we don't want to water down the framework. In the contrary, this is important, and the difference between a zone and a park is the existence of the management unit. But the international framework for eco-industrial parks could inform now a regulation on sustainable industrial zones. So it's the other way around, you know, it's not that we want to basically water down the framework and say it can be applied, but it can inform processes which also apply to sustainable industrial areas. And Carmen Julia over coffee can tell you a lot more about this. But it's an extremely interesting approach for us to see that this framework, which will now be translated into an international standard, can be used to inform the management also of industrial zones.
Okay, we need to wrap up. Madam?
Hello. So I'm going to make this very quick. Basically, I found a connection with what you said about the animal feed. One of the issues that we have nowadays is that the oceans are under attack. There's overfishing, there's unregulated fishing, and a common solution is always aquaculture. But aquaculture comes with a lot of question marks. Where's this feed coming from? Are we going to fish to feed more fish, which defeats the purpose? Or are we going to use land animals, which is also not sustainable? So I wanted to see if this can be applied to aquaculture as well.
Well, the process from Peru to produce animal feed, whether you feed some fish which swim in a pond, in a lake, or in aquaculture, mariculture, it's the same thing. I think the idea is not to catch anchovies to produce animal feed for chicken or for other fish. The idea is to reuse something which was a waste to produce something which can be useful as an animal feed. So this is the idea, because in the past, the oil and the chicken feathers, they went to the sewers. And the carcasses, they were landfilled. So these carcasses, together with the oil, can be used to produce protein. And whether this is used in a sustainable way or not later on, again, there is a risk with overfishing, and to produce fish to feed other fish does not make sense. But to use waste, proteins which are bound in these wastes, and to make them available as animal food, I think this is what makes sense.
And maybe just summing up also to what Vanessa's question went to, the sector specific. Eco-industrial parks, the concept is very broad. So, as Christian also mentioned, it includes or addresses different sectors. This is also the idea. I mean, it's dependent on the park management, which focus they lay, but normally it's open to every sector. And this is also one unique selling point, that many companies from different sectors come together, and synergies can be identified and used.
Thanks, Nadine. Can we give a hand to our speakers, please? And with that, please go and have tea and coffee and something to eat, and come back just before 11 so that we can start on time for the next session. Thank you. Just make sure that you give your mic back to this team.
program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonization, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we say it. Mutu ke mutu kabantu kaSesotho. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesiXhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. One part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision of gathering together in exchange to light the fire and pass down the flame of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be human, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve, compete, and collaborate in our global community. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. Each of us forms part of the whole. We are the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. This is who we are. This is what we already know to do.
The National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonization, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. Swikotleni, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and Swikotleni is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists Swikotleni with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we saved. Mutu ki mutu kabantu kaSesotho. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesiXhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. One part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision, of gathering together in exchange, to light the fire and pass down the flame, of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be human, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently, with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve, compete, and collaborate in our global community. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. Each of us forms part of the whole. We are the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. This is who we are. This is what we already know to do.
The National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonization, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a
I know we finished the earlier session 10 minutes late, so it's quite natural for people to then extend tea time and coffee time and talk time and bathroom time and snack time, whatever you want to call it. But we do need to start, so please, if you can just make your way to your seats. Salil, let's get going.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Thank you very much. I hope you had good coffee and snacks, and we are good to go until 2 p.m., right? Right? I would request my panelists to please come on stage. So we will start this session today on EIP social performance. We have 4 panelists, and we have 15 minutes each. That will give us some time for question and answer session after your presentations. So to start with the session, maybe I think by this time everybody is aware about International Framework for Eco-Industrial Parks, and one of the pillars is social performance of industrial parks, in addition to park management performance, economic and environmental. If we see the 64 benchmarks, there are 2 prerequisites for social performance, and there are about 12 performance indicators. So in total, about 14 out of 64. So social dimension is also very important for transforming industrial parks into eco-industrial parks. And to talk on that, we have 4 panelists. And I would like to invite first Mr. Margay Kuma. He was here. Yeah, he's here, yeah. So Mr. Kuma will be talking about engagement of an industrial park with multiple stakeholders through the stewardship approach. So I would like to welcome Mr. Kuma on the stage, but it's taking some time, so let me introduce my other panelists. Our other panelist is Ms. Vanessa, and she will be talking about EIPs and youth. Now, everybody is looking at numbers, 2030 agenda, 2045 agenda, 2050 sometimes, 2060, and I know one for 2070 as well. So I think by that time we will not be there. But youth engagement for eco-industrial park is very important. So everything is on you, Vanessa, okay, going forward. And then we have the results of a national EIP skill survey that will be, presented by Mr. Vasil Bota. And then our last presenter is Mr. Juan Pablo Caminetti, and he will be talking about leading the way in sustainable community development in Peru. So we are very eager to listen to our panelists. So Mr. Kuma, first, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for presentation. My colleague, Mr. Byrne, will be keeping the time. Yeah, if you press down, it will change to the next one. Yes. Okay. Yes. Please, time is yours.
Okay. Am I here? Okay.
Yes.
Am I here? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Having this opportunity just to share our experience, small experience regarding the industrial park, with engagement of multiple stakeholders. So my name is Margia. I am representing the Industrial Park Development Corporation in Ethiopia. So I am in charge of, the head of Environment, Health and Social Safeguard Department head. So I'm focusing on the engagement of our industrial park with multiple stakeholders through the stewardship approach for the benefits of the environment and the community. Just to give you information, today, yesterday, every September 11 is Ethiopian New Year. So in our calendar today, the 2nd of September 2017, 1/7. So if you want to be younger, 7 or 8 years, come to Ethiopia. So having this, I want to just emphasize on the overall aspects of the Industrial Park Development Corporation, which is, a public enterprise established by the government and whose mandate is, to develop and operate industrial parks in the country. The other government institution, the Ethiopian Investment Commission, who is responsible for the policy, the proclamation, the incentive, and the other, investment-related activity is managed by the Ethiopian Investment Commission. In Ethiopia, industrial park, develop at the federal level and at the regional level. The regional one led by the Ministry of Industry, and there are some 3 or 4 industrial parks which focus on the agro-processing are by the Ministry of Industry. So this is the sector, a priority sector area in which our industrial park focuses on the textile, the apparel, leather, agro-processing, and pharmaceutical, except energy and tourism. So these are our, geographical distribution of some of the industrial park developed by IPDC, the Industrial Park Development Corporation, is where the development corridors of the country, These are a simple showing where the industrial park is found in Ethiopia. So currently we have around 27 industrial parks, and mostly 13 or 14 are developed by our corporation, and some of by the Ministry of Industry, which are, supported mainly by UNIDO of Ethiopia, technical and other supporters. And the remaining are a private industrial park developer who are engaged in these processes. So the main, purpose of this industrial park initiated by the government in order to, attract foreign direct investment and create, a job opportunity. Don't forget, Ethiopia is, the second populous country in Africa. So we have to engage in these processes to create a lot of job opportunity. So these are the service provided by integrated infrastructure and sort of service provided by our IPs. There is a one-stop service I think you are familiar with. I'm not going in depth. And the world-class infrastructure, modern factory shed, road, electricity, water, and telecom services. Our mandate is, provide, services. And we are, giving 2 kinds of service. One, an industrial area, industrial lease lands, and the other one is pre-built factory shed for rent. And then we are providing different services. One of the services, the wastewater treatment plant, because this is focusing for one of the pioneer or flagship projects of the Hawassa Industrial Park, which is, providing an holistic wastewater services. So there is a zero liquid wastewater treatment plant already installed, which recycle or reclaim water for different purposes. One for production, and the other toilet flushing, and the other one for greenery. The waste treated in this wastewater treatment plant again can be used, for another purposes. We try to, use a water efficiency. The maximum use of water or reclaim water usage. And the other one is secure and safe living environment. There is an apartment for expats. This is a very fancy industrial park. This is, some general information. The industrial park I'm talking about, the Hawassa industrial parks. You can look at the information. And the other, the stewardship approach, especially engaging, the key government service provider, private companies, and development partner. The international framework for eco-industrial park is developed. The first one, if I'm not mistaken, 2017, and the second version is 2021. And then, with the support of the World Bank and other partners, you are looking below, such as G20 Compact with Africa, the IFC, World Bank IFC, and the Korean Green Growth Trust Funds are helped us to produce or to prepare, the National Eco-Industrial Park Guideline, or the Ethiopia Eco-Industrial Park Framework Implementation Guideline. This is a very critical. If you see the international, in fact, categorized under the park management, the economy, the social and environment aspects, and there is criteria which focus on the prerequisite and the performance indicators. So we have to contextualize to our existing situation, because some performance indicators we cannot achieve at the existing. So, there is no any clear and specific rating system to say a given industrial park, eco. So there should be some kind of rating, either platinum, gold, bronze, or silver. We have to begin with at least the minimum. So there should be some, the green performance assessment system and the prerequisite, unless you are fulfill the prerequisite, you cannot, go to the performance indicator. There is, for the case of this guideline, there is 38 prerequisite and performance indicators. 70 of them is the prerequisite, the remaining 25 is a performance indicator. There should be some scoring, and then finally, there should be rating to level the given industrial park is, eco, unless and otherwise it will be holistic to say eco-industrial park, because countries have different capacities. The African and cannot compare with the other. Even within Africa, and there is some capacities. So we have to start with the minimum. So if I'm not mistaken, even there is no, an international entity who are labeling an eco-industrial park either platinum, gold, or under this category, because it has an implication. So, just to give you some information regarding this industrial park, where it is located. It is Hawassa city, which is 273 kilometers away from Addis into south, and there is a lake. So a community is concerned, coming, impacting the Lake Hawassa. So there was some initiative, that is established 2018, which is protecting Lake Hawassa. So, we have to go beyond the industrial, outside of the industrial compounds, and, getting the community's ownership, unless and otherwise the community supports, the sustainability of the industrial park will be in danger. So, even this lake is, in the other side, exposed for erosion and siltation due to the land formed due to the rainwater. So the park communities and other private companies, they try to, engage in this the community activities. And some of the activities, afforestation, the catchment area, the upper catchment area outside of, the industrial park as CSIR, or a corporate social sustainability initiative. And there is some private and some stakeholders engaged in these activities, Solid and liquid waste management, community and stakeholder engagement, support to Hawassa Industrial Park. I'm just running some of activities to show you. And in the first picture, it shows, the gully rehabilitation. And this is, beyond the other side of the lake, because there is the heavy rain and there is erosion and siltation is happening in the lake. So, and especially the GIZ with different programs like Ecotechs, sustainable industry clusters, and natural resources stewardship programs. They are working, together with us, and the one leading this coordinating role, and engage in different activities that supports the livelihood of the community living the other side of the lake. There is some of the community depends on the lake, so the lake should be protected from the activities going in the industry and outside of the park. This is show the engagement, and the other supporting some access to water, and the other one is the awareness campaign programs. So why engage in the stewardship multi-stakeholder? I think it is obvious. Challenge too big to tackle with individual projects unless stakeholders come together and intervene. This is the reason why we are focusing on the stakeholder partnership. Ensuring long-term production, security of industrial park, whilst benefit the environment and the surrounding community. Unless we are engaging the surrounding community, you cannot get the ownership. If the community do not provide ownership, you can imagine what will be the consequence. So, and efficiency and embed the corporate social responsibility, major companies with holistic development plan and other, secure investment and jobs, the investment in the job to be sustained. Such a kind of stewardship approach is very important. Create space for development and cross-sectorial cooperation in design of new activity. And the remaining and the last one is inclusive and transparent decision-making processes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuma, for an excellent presentation on this stewardship and protecting Lake Hawassa. It's a very good community initiative, I would say, with the engagement of so many stakeholders. Our next panelist is Ms. Vanessa, and she will be talking about youth inclusion in EIPs. We have a very good panel this time. I am from India, coming from Indonesia. We have a person from Ethiopia, Mozambique, South Africa, and Peru. So I think we represent the global South. This is yours. So, please, Ms. Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, I thought a lot about how to begin this panel because, when I arrived here, I was just like, okay, a lot of people here look like they have more experience than I've actually been alive. So, what can I share? And then, when I saw the presentations, I was just like, okay, there's a context, there are lessons, there's this transition, but then Mozambique isn't really transitioning. Like, we've barely just begun. We're just even trying to prevent making the same mistakes of the past. So I just read the framework, the international framework that was shown. I really thought about it. I was paying attention to everybody. And it was only in this morning on an Uber ride that I really thought about what we really have to say, the similarities and what Mozambique can really transmit to everyone here. So let me just give you some context about this special Uber ride that I had. The Uber driver was actually a young man or boy, because we were exactly the same age. He was actually literally born in the exact same year as me. He's South African, and we started to talk. He saw my expression I was really contemplating, and he asked me, like, what are you thinking about? Do you not want to go to work today? I was like, okay. So I explained to him, I was like, yeah, I have this presentation, I don't know how to begin it. And he said, yeah, I get you. And he said, I wish I had a presentation to do. I'm actually unemployed right now. And I was like, oh, okay. That's weird. I thought that since South Africa was so advanced, that perhaps we didn't share any common ground here. So, this brings us to our conversation today, youth and EIPs. Oh, I think the wrong presentation is here. Yeah. While you fix this, I'm going to tell you about the industrial park that I'm coming from. I'm coming from an industrial park called Moss Parks. Basically, in Mozambique, we're still in this, not really a transition. Mozambique is practically eco-friendly in many ways. In the past, we've been in many lists of eco-friendly countries, but not because we're trying to, it's just because we haven't really industrialized to the point that we actually made any mistakes. We're very green, we use green energy. We have so much green energy, hydroelectric energy, more than we can actually spend. So that is not our issue. So when people talk about the energy transition, for us, it's like, okay, that's not really for us right now. I see these lessons as something we have to think about in the future. But then there is one issue in the social aspect, is that we all know that trying to figure out how the economic, the social, and the environmental, and even the political pieces of the puzzle for sustainable development really do come together. And that is an answer for my generation to figure out. Then tell me, why do we hardly ever allow youth to really participate? I'm here, and I will be facing these consequences. A lot of people here will not face it to my extent, will not have to deal with this, because you guys, unfortunately, might not be here at that time. But I will. Anyway, long story short, a year ago, I was working as an environmentalist. Then suddenly, I got called to work for Moss Parks, our industrial park. First thing I asked was, okay, do you guys really plan on being sustainable? Because what I hear about industry is always that it's the problem, it's the issue, and that's the perspective that my generation has. But then they said, yes, our vision is this. This is how we're going to do it. A lot of the things that we heard here, like about trying to find the low-hanging fruits, trying to make sure that we have green light, it is being applied. But what isn't, perhaps, is the social aspect, what we're still working on. And that is a work in progress. So yes, Moss Parks has all the same goals as the eco-industrial parks want to, and we're going through that. So there are many ways to tackle the social aspect. Right now, they have this basic ones. It's like there's nothing special here. Basically, there's like the charity work, like care centers, like there's some orphanages nearby that we help. There's some field trips, so we help young people come there so they can know what they could do in the future. You know, since there are many different skills that are emerging with these different industries, so it's really good to get young people to visit the parks and just see what their futures could look like. There's also sport. Our chair really loves sports, so he sponsors a lot of sport events. Then there's like Mashamba's project. Mashamba in Portuguese, my first language, means basically farm. So there's this agriculture aspect to it. They help local farms around. There's a Christmas event every year that they help out, and so on. But these don't really have that much of an impact. So there was this global issue that was really addressed here. So a long time ago, when I was a child, I mean, not that long ago, though. We used to have this perspective and this perception that, okay, maybe Mozambique is poor and maybe we don't have a lot of money because, yeah, we just don't have the resources maybe. We haven't industrialized, that's why. And we could live with that. It's easier to accept that reality. And then suddenly, they found these gas reserves. Oh, we cheered. We were super excited. Yes, we're finally not going to be poor. Maybe we could be like South Africa one day. But then, okay, Mozambique's economy is going up, but then it seems like the cycles of wealth and the cycles of poverty are still there. We have that gap. So the government, which is also one of the owners of the park, it's a public and private entity, actually suggested that, okay, we need to do something about this youth employment crisis because most of the population is young. The average age in Mozambique is 17. And when you don't have young people working, it becomes a huge issue for the country. The resentment is extraordinary. And when I came to South Africa, on that Uber ride, I got to relate to that young man, someone my age, who has the exact same perspective. I talk to young people in Mozambique all the time about this topic. A long time ago, the issue was that, yeah, we are not educated yet. Yeah, our country's not rich. But this time it's like, yes, we have the resources. We have an educated young population. Maybe 100 years ago, nobody would have even imagined that a black South African young person could have had a degree and a master's degree and still not have a job. It just doesn't make sense. And the weirdest thing is that many people don't even know about industrial parks, young people. We just think, okay, there's this mess that the older generation made, but we don't really get involved in the solution. So they started out small. Moss Parks decided that they were going to make an internship program. It was simple. They were going to teach the skills that came with the new industries so that there wouldn't be this gap. And maybe we'd find jobs for these young people. Maybe we didn't have to look for expats. Maybe there was some way to give these people some hope. Well, this was back in 2018, and it was very popular, actually. A lot of companies liked the idea. A lot of companies started actually even expanding and accelerating their growth because of this. And more than 50% of the young people who went to these internship programs got hired, even if it wasn't the initial plan. And then at the same time, a lot of companies really benefited from finding talent. And I get this a lot. On one hand, when I'm talking to young people, they can't get jobs. And then on the other hand, I talk to the companies and they say, well, we want to hire people, but we can't find the talent. So this is why they took this to the next level. So they decided that this was getting way too big for just Moss Parks to handle it alone, and they created a specific foundation to work on this. And this foundation is still a part of the park in a certain way, but we are exactly focused on youth. So we didn't just limit it to internship programs, but it is our main goal, because we know that we're not going to solve the youth unemployment crisis or the other issues, the sustainable development issues, just by finding internships. But it is a really good gateway. Unfortunately, I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to rush this. So when we became this independent entity, we started having to synergize. So GIZ was really great with this. We noticed that this was a great opportunity for women empowerment, for instance. Mozambique is a very sexist country. We are still at the very beginning of this transition in many ways, including socially. So many women do not have jobs. Many employers don't want to hire women because they have the perception that perhaps women are not as intelligent or as competent, then they'll have too many responsibilities at home, or wait, what if they hire Vanessa, she's young, maybe she's gonna get pregnant? And yeah, the internship program becomes a gateway for this. Because with our internship program, we can actually determine that we want 70% of our interns to be female. And we discussed with the companies about this. They're a lot more accepting if we show them a very high quality and intelligent woman that's young, and they see, okay, perhaps working with women is a good idea. And that already tackles one of the issues. Another way is supporting the green transformation. Like I said, Mozambique is not really trying to start to transform itself. It's more like we have these new companies that start out green from the very beginning, and we have many startups, and only some companies need to transition. But the internship program also helps with that. We can help young startups get internships, and this way it helps them accelerate, and we've been really getting good results with this. Another way is we also encourage the internship programs to companies that are in the transitions. For the few ones that already exist and might not be in the right direction, and decided to, okay, let's use solar power for this company, let's reduce emissions or something, then we see, okay, perhaps we can encourage this company with our internship program, because it is a win-win. And of course, we have to address the social inclusion. Like I mentioned before, there are many cycles of wealth, many cycles of poverty, and they're both equally strong in Mozambique. And this helps us also try to break that. As Moz Youth, we have the opportunity to work with young people. We don't just hire them into internship programs. We train them. How do you speak in public? How do you present yourself? Because there are many intelligent people that just don't know how to make a CV because their parents didn't have to make a CV. Their parents weren't educated. And then what do you get? The people who have been wealthy for generations are usually more eloquent. They know how to present themselves. They know how to sell themselves. And here we're saying, no, you're actually great potential. And we're going to teach you how to show that potential to the market. And even if the person does not get a job through our internship program, I get many young people who come to me and thank me for all the tips that I gave them, all the tips that we gave them as a team that made them a lot more employable. And that is one of my favorite aspects of this internship program. Well, that was it. Vern just gave me a 1-minute call. But what I do want to say is that I timed this well. And after this bus ride, no, not really a bus ride, an Uber ride, and after this conference, I just wanted to share this with you as a best practice that I think every country could consider. I'm glad that we're all here because it's really nice to see everyone getting together with different perspectives to face the problems that attack us as a unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, for bringing this perspective. Yes, as you mentioned, many of us will not be there, but our children will be there. You know, we are equally concerned. Maybe more concerned about our children, right, than ourselves. So, and you touched on this internship program, which is a very good initiative, and I can relate that. I will not say I understand that, but I can relate that, coming from a country with 1.5 billion population, living in a country where 260 million population is there, majority of them are youth. But many times in industries and industrial parks, they need skilled people. They don't find them. And there are people who are skilled, they don't find jobs. Okay, so it's a great way of matchmaking. And going beyond internship, I would like to cite an example in Indonesia. In industrial parks, there are vocational training institutes. In one of the industrial parks, so they offer 3 years program, including internships. And at any point of time, they have about 2,400 students. 800 students every year they take. They have variety of streams, mechanical, electrical, electronics, hospitality, and so on. Even they teach them many things. And all the students are in demand. And they are well absorbed before they graduate from that polytechnic. So that's a government program, and many of the industrial parks have it. I think this is a good way of creating jobs for youth or matchmaking. With this, I will not take much time. Our next panelist will go to Mr. Vasil Botha. In fact, there was a study which was done on skill, skill assessment in South Africa, and Mr. Vasil Botha will be, talking the salient features of that study. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me? Is this one on? There we go. So apologies, I like walking around, guys. If I stand here, it feels like I'm preaching, although I might be preaching a little bit today. So as you can see from that, that's the best photo they could get of me. But yes, so I'm focused on skills. So I've got a complete passion. So apologies if I get a little bit excited around this area. I've got a big passion for skills development. I've been involved with skills development for quite some time. AIH Group, we've rolled out close to 50,000 skills audits, so we've got a lot of data. We've got a panel of industrial psychologists that develop competency frameworks. Who are we? Hey, I'm going forwards. There we go. It's a backwards button. We are a group of companies. I fall within the human capital because when I heard the people speak today, and the technologies and the circular economy and the areas versus parks and the zones, in all of that, there's still people. There's still skills requirements. We can bring in all of the technology we want. That's fantastic. I support that. But there's a people aspect to all of it. There's still someone that has to switch on the machine and switch off the machine. So we were requested to actually conduct a survey around the skills gaps within industrial parks, and with specific focus in the transition from industrial park to eco-industrial park. And what does that look like? One of those difficult aspects is that to just launch a skills survey is not sufficient. What am I assessing? What skills? Am I just looking for how many welders I need? So what we did is we actually developed a competency framework, and I'll expand a little bit on that now. We built our study around the 4 pillars from the EIP skill sets to ensure that we align to that. And what does that mean? Which included the managerial, the RECP, the environmental and social sustainability skills, and any of those other aspects that we've deemed necessary to support the EIP structure. We then actually expanded the study to include other IPs and SEZs. There's a lot of acronyms in this industry. Huh? And then we also had to kind of recommend some customized skills gap closure, or at least a roadmap as to how do we close these gaps. And what does that look like? So, Barend, I tried to really limit the words because I got this response every time. Less words, more, So, but I think we've hit the mark. We basically developed a competency framework with definitions, and it was clustered into 4 major areas. And the parks that we're focused on is our East London IDZ, Puterechaba Industrial Park, and Isithebe Industrial Park. The survey was extended to all IPs and SEZs that were listed, that we actually had information for, that were engaged with us, so for the actual survey. What are those 4 major cluster areas? Firstly, what is my operations and my governance? And you'll see, okay, so I'm not going to expect you guys to read each and every word on these slides, please. I quickly just want to run through this. The operations and governance, which would include my legal services. What does my leadership look like? What does my emergency services, my transportation, my warehousing, my logistics aspects around industrial parks? From there onwards, our economic factors. What's my financial management of the park, of my operation? My environmental factors, obviously, especially in the transition from industrial to eco-industrial, around my environmental management, water, sanitation, energy, electricity. Social dimensions. What have we spoken about quite a lot this morning already? Stakeholder management, stakeholder inclusion, community services. How do I take these community members with me on the journey. If I'm talking about a park, if it's an area or not, it doesn't really matter. It's still within people. There's communities that naturally develop around these parks. How do we do that? And what are those competencies that we require as park management, tenants, government, shareholders, to actually effectively manage those dynamics? I told you guys I'm going to preach a little bit today, no? Yes, okay. So, there we go. So if we look towards, how did we cluster this? We look towards park management and what are those competencies required for park management. We look towards government, and again, those competency clusters, and we look towards the tenants as well. So we clustered them in those areas. Firstly, we built competency titles. So there is a list. I think it's 97 competency distributed in various types of clusters, so 97 per area. And we're not going to assess, we didn't assess everyone on 97 competencies. Just by the way, if you ever go through a competency assessment and they send you a list of 70, say no, not participating. Because who's going to have 70 competencies for their own position? Doesn't make sense. So we clustered them specifically to what is required for the stakeholder. So we then also provided a definition. So once the report comes out, you will see that there is a title, for instance, sustainability focus. The competency focuses on fostering circular and green economies through the strategic oversight of eco-industrial parks, etc., etc., etc. So the competency definitions were also focused towards eco-industrial parks. For us to get a clear understanding as to how and what do we need. What is a competency? It's the combination of knowledge, skills, and abilities. You know what is the response we often get when we do these skills assessments or gap closure, gap analysis? But I've got the certificate. I studied financial management. Oh, very great. Can you do financial management? And how has that actually changed? Because I did study financial management in 1998. That's fantastic. Most of those processes are done automatically now on certain software. But also there's aspects like green economy now, green financing. That has changed. Earlier I heard one of the speakers around the aspect of the policy and regulations and how that often is a hindrance. Those are also aspects that need to change. And that's why we said the competency definitions also needs to continue with that. For government, as an example, networking and partnership development, it's essential. Government is a central part within that industrial park and the eco-industrial park setup. They need to facilitate. They need to understand systems thinking. How do we tackle those hurdles? How do we get to the action has a consequence? There's an action and there's an influence. How do we get to that thinking? Going over to our tenants, and I just had more space on the slide, so that's why I included more competency examples. Okay. Is, for instance, my environmental impact assessment and compliance monitoring. Now, when you start off with a study, you have some preconceived things. It doesn't matter what we think. We try and clear as researchers. We try and clear as much as possible of that preconceived ideas to ensure that we are objective. Correct? Makes sense. However, when you get to these definitions and you have an assumption of saying, but I operate within these structures, waste management is important. And then you look towards the competence and you see, oh my word, there's a gap. How is there a gap? If this is so important, multiple factors influencing that. Going over to, as I said, 97 competencies distributed across the various stakeholder groups. We assessed at 3 different aspects. The first being my criticality. How critical is this competency to an eco-industrial park, or to at least transition from a current IP to an EIP? The second one being scarcity. How scarce is it? How difficult is it to find these skills? So, Vanessa, on that, by the way, I need to chat to you. If you want me, let's roll out skills development across Mozambique. We can do that. Again, big passion for it. But how do I have youth that's got skill, but they are unemployed? That doesn't make sense. you know? But again, quite often mismatch between demand and supply, by the way. Okay, but how scarce is this skill in my area? Thirdly, my proficiency. How proficient are we within the park around this specific competency? We then create a bit of a heat map. So if we saw the criticality came out as a 1 rating, it's not extremely critical to that transition process. If we saw it came out as a 5, it means that it's got a very high impact. If I don't have this skill around me, if I don't have this skill pipeline moving into my industrial park, going into eco, then I'm set up for failure. Scarcity, obviously, a very high level of scarcity indicates I can't find the skill. And again, you know, there are influencing factors. An ELITS versus a Putedechaba versus Isitebe. The comparison in terms of geographic location, access to higher education, further educational structures, and so forth. Only 5 minutes left. Hey, Bernd, but I still have 15 minutes that I want to talk. I'm joking. And then lastly, my proficiency. How proficient are we in this? If we saw that it's very low, it means that there's serious development. And how do we actually close those gaps? So, going over to our main findings. Well, a lot of information. Okay, I want to just highlight a few things. Again, we clustered it. This is for government as an example. Wherever we see there's a cluster, remember we developed various clusters and then we had competencies under each one. If we say, for instance, the gap level is average, it means that it can be addressed. So there is some level of green economy awareness. When you are engaging, there is green economy awareness. The other aspect of this is that my park management, you will see that there's quite high levels in terms of gap levels in terms of advertising, asset management, change management. Change management came through across all of the various parks as well. And then we've got aspects, you know, like your IT architecture, where you would think as part of park management, that is a drive for us, information technology. Certain parks have kind of developed that skill around, you know, the support skills. As an example, one of the speakers earlier said, how do we not create that as a support service within our parks? And I think those are gaps we've identified as well. And then going over to my tenants, quite high levels in terms of facilities, financial management. Quite often we found that the financial management aspect, as an example, would have that there's basic financial management, but there's a lack of the skill within the tenants, park management, as well as the government sector. And it's normally because it relates specifically to green economies and green financing and what that means. So these were the main areas, main findings. If we are looking towards, in terms of the industrial parks to eco transition, energy and electricity management, the aspect of leadership, research and knowledge management, water and sanitation. As I told you guys, we understand that this is very important. But when you get to the actual skills assessment, you find that that is lacking. Community services, but we operate within communities. Stakeholder management and engagement. Okay, so some of the limitations and challenges. So as an example of one of these, and you guys are more than welcome to read there in the background, is when we engage, we get to a park and they respond to say, oh, I can't reply to your survey now because we've run out of data. 2024, that does not make sense. You guys understand, it's a practical network infrastructure aspect. So those also have influences on my parks, obviously. So what are some of the recommendations? Look at creating some single interactive platform from UNIDO's side. As an example, remember it was specifically around this study. Something around my projective analysis in terms of what are those technical and managerial skills. We need to break it down further because we only have kind of a competency framework for the overall management aspect. But how do we get it to a technical aspect? Local and international comparison to see how does our framework compare to international standards and what's happening internationally. Investigate the broader influences on skill supply. As an example, geographic areas, access to information and data, etc., that can have transport issues, that we've identified. So potential expansion of skill centers around IPs and inside IPs. Okay, and then investigate structures of new skills programs. So, Part of my gap closure. Focus on the technical skills, demand and supply. What are those skills needs for EIPs that's not addressed currently? Often outside of the geographical region of EIP and IP. And one of those gap closure aspects that we've identified is we have, for instance, CPD courses that are offered in terms of waste management, energy, battery storage, electricity management, etc. But it's kind of so specialized towards a very small cluster that my tenants, my park management, my government don't have access to that. If you're not part of your energy council, engineering council, you don't have access to the CPD. We also found that some universities have degrees or diplomas around certain areas, but they don't address the very specific competency required in terms of eco-industrial parks. So there's the requirement for realignment thereof. So what do we have in terms of, in terms of targeted skills programs to be developed? I think the NCPC can play a very vital role in that, pivotal role in terms of rolling that out. And e-learning is not always accessible, guys. So e-learning is not always the way to go. However, blended approach is something that can really be undertaken across the various parks. And Barend, you will be happy to know. Is it? Yes, okay, it is. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Botha. And now, before we move to our last but not the least presenter or panelist, it is very likely that we will have a thank you for our panelists and our timekeeper. We will have about 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A session. So by the time Mr. Yuan will take us to the leading the way in sustainable community development in Peru, please note down your questions to each panelist, which we can take. I think we can take about 3 to 4 or 5 questions, depending on the time. And after the presentation, we will shoot the questions to the panelists. Please, Yuan, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Yes? Perfect. So first, many thanks to the organizers for the invitation. My name is Juan Pablo Caminati, and I am the General Manager of Piura Futura Industrial Park since 2016. My topic is about community development, and I will be focusing on our experience in Piura Futura, on dealing with local authorities, local and foreign companies, their employees, and of course, the community of the district where we are located. Before going through the topic, please let me tell you very briefly first about Piura and Piura Futura. So, many of you will wonder, where is Piura? Okay. So, well, we are a little bit far from South Africa, as you can see in the map. And I won't tell you how long it took my flight to get to Johannesburg, because I don't want to discourage you guys to visit Peru in the future. Okay. So, Piura is within the 5 most important cities in Peru. It represents 4.88% of the GDP of the country. It's the second most populated region. About 2 million people live there. Piura has many industries that boost its economy. It's the first producer and exporter of hydrobiological resources, non-metallic minerals, mangoes, lemon, table grapes, and ethanol. Just to let you know something curious, if you are in the US, in Europe, or maybe even in South Africa, between December and February, if you buy mangoes or grapes in the supermarket, you can take a look. Probably, very likely, these products come from Peru, come from Piura. Piura also has the second most important port in Peru, which is Paita, which is mainly an export port, which main destinations are the US, Europe, and Asia. Regarding Pura Futura, our industrial park is developed on a 100 hectares plot of land. We started the construction in 2016. We have managed to attract national and foreign companies that have jointly invested more than 100 million in industrial facilities, in new industrial facilities. 26 companies are already operating in the park. 11 facilities are under construction, which means that by the end of 2024, we will have almost 40 companies operating in the park. Also, more than 2,000 formal jobs have been generated in these 7 years of operations, which is a good start, right? Okay. At the beginning of 2024, we were invited by UNIDO to the second phase of the Eco-Industrial Parks Development Program in Peru. And in April, we passed the diagnostic test under this EIP framework, international framework, developed by UNIDO. As some of you may know, this framework focuses on 64 indicators that are classified into 4 pillars: management, environment, social, and economic. As you can see, even despite having a rating of 46% of the indicators met, the good news is that we show the potential to be able to meet 87% of the indicators in the next 4 years. Regarding the management indicators, I would say that there is a lot of paperwork to do, and we will meet these 100% indicators. But we are focusing now in the social and the environmental indicators, because those of that are related on community development, as I will show you in the next slides. So, what is the first thing we have done? At the beginning of this project, in 2016, we had many problems dealing with the municipality of the district. Problems in obtaining construction permits, many obstacles in all the applications we presented, and justified delays due to the bureaucracy that the authorities in my country usually have, among others. Over time, we understood that we needed to make the municipality and its executive understand that the main beneficiary of this kind of project, by the end, is the district itself, and of course the community of the district. So that we approached to them, and we proposed to sign an institutional cooperation agreement that was finally signed 2 years later. It was a lot of work, but we couldn't make it. This agreement now is helping in giving opportunities to the people of the district to get jobs in the companies that are already operating in the park, but not only jobs, but also the park is offering them training sessions, free training sessions to fit the demands of these companies. Also, the attraction of foreign and national investment of companies is getting the park the construction of new facilities. These new facilities generate more profit for the municipality because of the collection of property taxes, for example, right? And the other advantage for the municipality of this, regarding this agreement, is that the administration of the industrial park is now committed to offering services for the companies that by this time, cannot be covered by the municipality. For example, the collection and treatment of waste, of solid waste, which we will talk about in a slide later. Although it may seem incredible in this area of the city, and to be honest, in many parts of the country now, inefficient methods are still used for wastewater treatment. Processes that are already prohibited in other countries are still enforced in Piura. In our case, we are connected to the city's public network that treats wastewater in these oxidation ponds that you can see in the picture. Imagine that with the technology that now exists, we can reduce the space of 20 hectares that is already occupied in only 2 hectares if we do a proper treatment plant for this service. After almost 12 months of work, we have managed to see the municipality, the public company in charge of the city's wastewater treatment, the community representatives, and of course us, in the same table to move this project forward. Today we are committed on the development of the technical file, which is a good start. Development of decent and equitable jobs. This is a joint effort between the administration of the industrial park and of course the human resources departments of the companies that are already operating in the park. The idea is not only to promote the creation of new jobs, but also to ensure that these jobs are fair and equitable. This work already has success stories. For example, 2 of our anchor companies that have industrial plants dedicated to the processing and packaging of fresh fruits for exports indicate that today 65% of the workforce in the production side is female. We also have another success story where a company has launched a pro bono program where C executives of the company conduct individual legal and financial advice sessions to employees that require it. We know that these programs have been very successful, and we have shared these experiences to other companies because we think that these programs can easily be replicated in other companies as well. Regarding the development of social infrastructure, one of the biggest learnings we have had since we started this project in 2016 is understanding who our end customer really is. Of course, the customers of the industrial parks are the companies that buy or rent the industrial facilities we have in the park. But at the end, the true customers are the employees of these companies that go every day to work in the industrial park. Simple things like the implementation of a cafeteria, plenty of green areas, or a football or volleyball pitch inside the park are very well evaluated for the employees. This is a picture you can see here. These are posts in LinkedIn and social media. The first picture is a company that is giving thank you to Piura Futura for organizing a breakfast, a networking breakfast, where all the industrial companies within the industrial park were sharing not only their presentation cards, but best practices in each of the companies. And in the other picture, you can see after a football tournament, a very simple thing we organized. It was literally very well evaluated for all the people who work in the park. As I mentioned at the beginning, part of the agreement with the municipality was to take charge of the treatment of solid waste within the industrial park, and we have been doing it from the beginning under certain rules that all companies must comply with. For example, companies must give us their solid waste already segregated. It was difficult to make them understand that, but if they do not that, we do not collect it. We have a collection center where we operate since 2022, and where small and medium-sized formal recyclers of the district come to take reusable solid waste. As the industrial park has developed, opportunities for industrial symbiosis have also begun to appear between companies where the waste of one turns out to be raw material for another. I think Klaus and Christian were talking about that in the morning, very interesting. We have an example of that with, for example, with discarded wooden pallets from an industrial plant that are useful for the manufacture of wooden chairs and tables. Let me come back to here. You can see in the cafeteria, all these chairs and tables are made of these discarded wooden pallets. And finally, climate change is a reality, and we cannot ignore it. In Piura, we were used to have an atypical phenomenon of very intense rains that in the past occur every 20 years. It is called El Niño. You may know, you may hear about that. However, this has changed drastically. Only in the last 6 years, we had already 3 Niños. So this is going to happen more frequently, definitely. This is why we have begun to prepare to face this change with the infrastructure you can see in the picture, to be prepared for these intense rainings. And the positive thing about this is that the municipality and the community around us are beginning to imitate these actions, which make us feel somehow proud. I do not pretend you remember all I have been talking about for the last 10 minutes. But next time you buy mangoes or grapes in the supermarket, check where they come from. Very likely they come from Piura, so you will remember me and Piura Futura. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for completing your presentation in time. So we have adequate time for question and answers. I have many questions, but first right will be given to the audience. I can ask my questions to you separately if required. So maybe, okay, first question, and second question, third, fourth. Let's take 4 questions, okay? 5, okay. 5 questions. Please. Before you start your question, please shoot your question directly, okay? Don't give a lot of background and all that, okay? Please, my request.
So this question is to any panelist that would like to answer. The question is, how do we address the lack of mobility or affordable transport when addressing youth employment? Specifically in South Africa, if you can, but otherwise in the country that you come from. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe because Mr. Botha already did a lot of... No?
No.
Okay.
Vanessa, yes.
Vanessa, yes.
She's put her hand up.
Yeah, we usually address this by making sure, or at least trying to find the closest person to that area. So in Mozambique, many industrial areas are the places that have the least amount of qualified people. Most qualified people live in the south in Maputo, and our biggest industries are actually in the north of the country. But there are intelligent people around that area, and we usually try, at least to the best of our abilities, to reduce mobility and try to find more local talent, for at least in the province level. There's always going to be at least one person. Now, if you have to, then we would have to discuss with the companies about maybe providing some housing for them or anything. But to avoid that, it's better to find local talent.
Can I maybe expand on that as well, if you don't mind? Apologies. So one of the things in South Africa is exactly getting the people to the places. So by the way, AIH also, we actually have operations in some of the industrial parks. So we speak from experience. And what we've actually done is we've spoken to the park and understand that there's multiple tenants with even employees and youth needing to get to operations. So we've actually started creating enterprise development aspects. Now, companies contribute to enterprise development and supply development, and starting to create small businesses for transport where people will say, okay, I'll pick up 5 of you guys, but you all club together, you all give me 100 Rand or so for this. And they're starting that's starting to pick up. So quite a lot of the times, informal aspects being formalized a little bit more, but you need an engagement platform for that.
Yeah, actually, now that Wessel spoke, he reminded me of another strategy that is often
I told you we're going to work together.
I know. Yes, there are many initiatives to actually train youth in certain places in Mozambique.
Yeah, lovely.
So they could do, I'm not sure if they do this in South Africa, but I think it's a good initiative. If the talent does not exist there, then the plan should be to try to teach people in those areas how to work in the industries that exist there.
Like it.
Nice, thank you. I think panelists answered your question. Maybe we go to the next question. Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Pelele Ndungane. I'm from Eco Transformers. We're a circular economy company. We use garden waste and agro waste to produce compost. And obviously from that, we then sort of develop training manuals, to sort of transfer the skills on and train other people. So my question is, in terms of measuring and reporting the impact, and directly to you, Mr. Botha, and especially around, you mentioned the competency frameworks. How do you sort of measure, and report in terms of that, especially in trying to make yourself, attractive for green finance, to make sure that the skills that you are developing move along to the youth and help in youth development and skills transfers?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Botha.
Fantastic, thank you. So ROI, the return on investment, is always a very difficult thing to measure, especially in terms of skills development. However, what we've tended to do in the past is, we've put through numbers. So we've trained 1,000 people. But training for the sake of training and skills development for the sake of skills development is not value contributing. So one of those aspects, and why the competency framework, is start aligning the actual needs. So I don't always need someone with 4 degrees to come and work for me, but I need someone, as an example, let's use welding. I need someone that is a specific coded welder for something specific in my operations. And I think if we are looking towards advancing that and actually addressing that and start measuring it, there needs to be an alignment between the policy, the youth empowerment schemes, the youth employment schemes, because there's a lot of money flowing towards that. We need to be honest, as in South Africa at least. There's money flowing towards that, but it is just putting out numbers. So targeted interventions aligned to specific skills, needs within the area. And that's what I think we've been missing for quite some time. Then you'll get to a point where you actually have return on investment measurement that can come into play. I hope that's answered the question. Fantastic.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Botha. Now we move to the third question. Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. My question is for Wessel. My name is Katlego. I represent EcoCare, which is a waste management company located in Garankuwa Industrial Park. We operate a MRF, which is a materials recovery facility. And the state of the park is shameful.
Yes.
It's dilapidated.
Yes.
The crime is rampant, cable theft. The factories are being stripped bare, daylight. There's no law enforcement. There's no services rendered whatsoever. And we have just recently been a beneficiary of the NCPC solar installation, and our solar is at risk of being stolen.
Yeah.
Insurance companies don't want to touch us because we are high risk. And so I just want to find out from you, have you had any experiences with such industrial parks in the state, and what can be done? Thanks.
Fantastic. So I'm not sure when the next presidential running is, but I'll put up my name for that. So I've got a few answers. No, I'm joking. Just being very so a joke. But So can I tell you, when we launched this study, and I've been involved at those industrial parks, been involved at the very remote and then very centralized industrial parks. It is a big issue when you arrive at parks and the grass is growing this long, half of the security gates are not there anymore, the steel has been taken out. You know, they create an informal job creation from you know, removing certain things. But one of those aspects that I can say, how do we address it, is in part is ownership. So quite often there's not ownership around it. Oh, it's someone else's park. It's, you know, it's corporations coming in, setting up stuff, using, you know, our local resources and getting out again. So quite often it's a stakeholder approach. If I've got ownership, then my conversation starts changing. So stakeholder engagement is one of my big passions. If I have some ownership, so I give you 2 bottles of water, the one you worked very hard to buy yourself, the other one you got for free, which one are you going to look after? I'm going to look after the one that I worked hard to build myself. So if there is some form of ownership that we can create through the stakeholder aspects, as well as I don't always think that the inclusion aspects, where people see the value of the parks to local areas, is unfortunately not always addressed. My last part of the response is quite often the lack of capacity and competence, and that's why we included it into the framework around what is expected from the various stakeholders. So everyone goes, oh, but it's a tenant thing. Oh, it's a park management thing. It's a government thing. Meantime, if we've got the various stakeholders, it's a stakeholder thing. So do we have the competence to manage that? And I can tell you in certain areas, no. Other areas, yes. So I can't divulge exactly and say this one and that one. But for instance, basic financial management was a lacking competence across various of these stakeholders, you know, and not pointing specific. It's across various parks, by the way. So yes, there is need of that, those 3 aspects. Hope that's answered. Thank you.
In fact, for those kind of things, maybe my answer may not be correct, but it can be handled in 2 ways. Either you make your premise more secure, or you go for a community outreach. So majority of things, in other words, have been seen in those areas where neighborhood community is not inclusive of the overall development. But yes, my answer may not be appropriate. So let's go to the question from this side, 4th question.
Yes, that's me.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaias Samuel. My question goes to Mergia and Vanessa as well. So Mergia, you told us about water stewardship, focusing on the catchment level intervention. So I know that Hawassa Industrial Park is the biggest one in Ethiopia. It covers, I think, over 140 hectares of land. So I do understand that you've been doing some work within the park as well in terms of improving the stewardship. So based on your lesson from the Hawassa Industrial Park, is there any work that you are planning to do in terms of scaling up the lessons to the other industry parks? And Vanessa, you covered, the unemployment issues in the youth. So that's a major challenge in developing countries, including my country, Ethiopia. But at the same time, even those employed youths have a number of livelihood issues, which goes with pay rate, working condition, access to wash, for example, water sanitation and hygiene. If you take, for example, the textile industries, it's largely female workers, and there is menstrual hygiene management issues and others. So what is your reflection to that? And maybe lastly to Johan, considering the Peru condition, I mean, groundwater depletion is one of the major water security risks. So I'm not sure what is your water source, but I want to know if there's any work that you are doing in terms of groundwater monitoring and replenishment. Thank you.
So we have 3 questions as a 4th question. Okay, fine. So, Mr. Kuma, yeah.
Okay. Let me just answer the question raised from. Am I heard?
Yes.
Okay. The time is very short. That's why I'm not just able to address all points regarding this a very flagship project of Hawassa Industrial Park. It is a pilot, and every intervention is tested there and upscaling into the other, industrial parks. So this the stewardship approaches, engage a lot of stakeholders, and every stakeholders, they are interested, to intervene in Hawassa Industrial Park. So this, the Hawassa is found in the Rift Valley Lake, and its water, it is somewhat, fluoride rich. So that's why we are, forced, to recycle the water for the production processes, to meet the investor satisfaction regarding of this boiler issues. So it is two approach. One, on the spot, managing the wastewater and getting reclaimed water and distribute for the companies. And the other one is, exercising, the catchment areas. This is a very huge catchment areas. That's why we are, engaging different stakeholders at a minor level and at a national level. We even established the sustainable industry platforms, which coming together different stakeholders to intervene in their focus area in order to avoid, duplication of efforts where, exercising this. So based on the Hawassa experience, we try to implement in another like Adama and Dredowa Industrial Park. I think that is enough for. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuma. Vanessa.
All right. Thankfully, this is something that we had already thought about while designing the project. Basically, the interns, first of all, do not belong to the company. They belong to Moz Youth. This way, we are the ones who get to control whether they remain in that company or not. They have a contract with us. At the beginning of the internship, we have a health and safety course that we give every single intern. We discuss with them about their rights as interns and as in the labor market, because most of us are still very desperate for work and we don't know our rights, so we might accept conditions that don't make any sense. So this is one thing we always do. What do we do afterwards? Yes. After that, we monitor. There's a diary that they send to us on a weekly basis so that we can know what's going on. There is a hotline that they can call in case of emergency. And these things work, at least so far. Once in a while, we also call them to see how they are. This year, we had to remove 15 interns from companies that were not treating them properly. And we only return the interns once the company has fixed those issues. And then we have to monitor the interns again to see if the issues are actually fixed. So that's how we address these issues.
Okay. Yuan?
So, I think you can lose. You must just. There we go.
I can hear you, but I don't know whether at the back. Can you try once again? No.
No.
Yeah, I think you come here.
Can you hear me? Yes. So, as we have many international firms within the industrial park that are very strict in what we do with the solid waste that they deliver to us every day, what we do is every month, by the end of the month, we send them a report on what we do with the whole solid waste we collect. And of course, we give them a certificate that they dispose of the waste, the solid waste, that have to be disposal was correctly disposal. This is what we are doing by now, and this is a requirement of these big companies. I don't know if I answered your question regarding that.
My question was, on the groundwater use in monitoring. The groundwater depletion is, I hear that a lot of issue in Peru.
Groundwater table, like groundwater monitoring or something like.
Yes, yes. We also do that. Not every month, but every for at least twice a year. But not only us. There is a local authority that is in charge of that, and they are very strict on that as well.
Yeah. Okay, and then last question. Yes, fifth one.
Just use your microphone.
Thank you. You see, sometimes to be technologically disadvantaged, it's a challenge. My name is Samuel Mashimba. I'm from Tembisa, EnviroCare Tembisa. We are a non-profit company that is involved on cleanups in terms of the protection of water and the environment. In Tembisa, we do have Kanza Industrial Park. I'm not quite sure it's still in the system of the city of Ekurhuleni. But what I want to get is that was that area been considered when you were conducting your skills audit regarding that? And then the other angle that I've observed during the presentation is more on job creation opportunities for the young people. But we don't encourage those young people to be self-reliant. You get what I mean? In terms of supporting them, maybe to go back to school, and then if they are qualified as chartered accountant, they can establish their own companies. In Tembisa, we are facing this SECO, meaning we're facing the high rate of unemployment, but look at the amount the government is spending when coming to this 350 rands. So wouldn't it be fair if that money is used? I don't want to say township economy or suburbs economy, but there's this trend of saying township economy, suburbs economy. So we don't club, meaning we don't club that together. You get what I mean? It's more on unfair discrimination, because when you're in a township, you are expected to think a little bit lower, and then when you're in town, you think a little bit big in terms of the wealth creation and also the investment. And then you check the investment when coming to opportunities on business side for township and the suburbs. It's not balanced, you get what I mean? So that is my humble request regarding that, to say we should balance and say if there's an eco park, maybe let's say in Sentin for that matter, it should also apply in Tembisa. And then those that are residing in Tembisa, they should be the co-owners. Because now you find where in the government becomes the dominant of that, because they do have a capital. They will fund that particular project, but who will be able to sustain that? Because there's a gap between their users or those that they reside next to that particular opportunity and the government. Hence, you'll find a situation where they strip each and every equipment in that particular eco park. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. I think in Zonga, and then when I address people from international countries, I become a little bit, Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you for the comment. And if any of the panelists would like to respond.
So in terms of the skills audit, I think the first portion, if you would allow me, were they included? Yes. Was the participation high? No. Again, that was part of the challenges and limitations. We also we had a limited time frame, limited budget. We couldn't send out people to each and every park because that's not me.
No worries.
Because quite often that's what we like to do. We like to go there and get the information if we don't get hold of the people. So there was a lack of engagement from that park, if I remember correctly. But again, remember we distributed to multiple parks, but our main study focused on those 3 parks, Ilitz, Isitebe, and Putirichaba. But we did expand the survey. The other aspects, those are a lot of socio-economic aspects to unravel, and it leads into what was asked earlier. The ownership aspect, if that gets addressed, you've got less of the stripping of materials and so forth. So yes, there is the consideration for socio-economic development and profit development, company development, enterprise development, SMME development, and so forth, needs to be balanced. And I think that's part of what the approach should be.
Thank you. I think he responded very well to your question or suggestion. I think with this, we will close this session. Request to give a big applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas and your presentation. And
Thank you. Well done.
In the last couple of sentences, I would say the EIP framework. Also, there is another dimension. We are moving towards digitalization and Industry 4.0, and that also has some kind of social aspects related to it. Many think that will take away many jobs. So, in one of the indicators in international framework for EIPs is also whether the industrial park is doing some kind of social assessment of the implementation of Industry 4.0 and digitalization.
Yes.
And many times we have seen parks always try to have this advantage, oh, we have this much population, female workforce, people with disability, but are they by default, or you have certain policies to employ them? So I think that is also another thing which industrial parks should think about it. They should not just say that I'm having a garment industry, and garment industry has 90% of the female population, so my gender balance is fine. But do you have actually some policy that you will specifically address this gender, youth, people with disability, and so on? With these words, thank you very much for your patient listening, and I would like to give the floor to Bernd for maybe some important announcements.
Thanks, Salil. I don't want to keep you from lunch. We will start your normal time on the program. Please have a look at your program to be on time so that we don't end up finishing too late this afternoon. There's a mystery prize giveaway after lunch. That's to make sure that you come back. Okay? But you've got to stay awake in that session, which is the graveyard session. Okay, so there's a double whammy in that one. Just quickly, those of you who want to tweet, go on LinkedIn. There's some hashtags. Okay, so hashtag Sustainable Industries 2024. It's a long one. Sustainable Industries 2024. That's the one. And the second one, NCPC Conference 2024. Okay, but I would honestly go for the Sustainable Industries 2024 because it has a much, much broader reach globally, okay? As much as I would like to take over the world being NCPC, I'm not going to go there. Okay, enjoy lunch. We see you back afterwards. Thank you.